weeks in prison for sending hateful emails intended to disparage, insult, and offend the mayor of London, Sir Sadiq Khan, and Government Minister Jess Phillips, and the Assistant Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police, Matt Twist. This 38-year-old man, Jack Bennett, was convicted of 4 counts of sending malicious communications and 1 of using a public communication network. I may consider this a public communication network to send offensive emails. The district judge in the case said that the emails were saturated in hate and intolerance and shamelessly racist and offensive. The real disdain Bennett held for ethnic minorities, targeting especially Muslims. Is Mike Johnston a Muslim? Is he? Is he a Baptist? Is he a Methodist, whatever he is? Because I still think he's a dirtbag. Yeah, regardless of what he is. And immigrants is in your abusive tirades. Now, the judge seemed to be really upset because the guy that sent the emails was purposely seeking to disparage, insult, and offend Khan based on his ethnicity and his Asian heritage. Well, so what? That's called a bigot. He's now been imprisoned for his non-violent speech crimes, despite pleading guilty and even acknowledging, you talk about trying to kiss ass, and acknowledging that, oh, I was wrong, I'm sorry. That's okay, you're still going to prison. Do you know that 8 in 10 pedophiles convicted for downloading or distributing images and videos of child sexual abuse in the United Kingdom, 8 out of 10 that get convicted get non-custodial or suspended sentences. But you send a nasty email, you go to prison. Yes, you go to prison for 28 weeks, 7 months. But, you diddle a little boy, and, well, you know what, we'll just, we'll put you on a non-custodial, we'll put you on probation. Just don't do it again. Bennett says he was motivated to send his emails by the perceived incompetence of the authorities in tackling these Muslim rape gangs going on all around the UK, which are preying primarily on white working-class girls in Britain, and it's been going on unchecked for decades. And Mayor Khan recently actually pretended not to know about these grooming gangs. This imprisonment comes shortly after J.D. Vance just publicly shamed the United Kingdom and Europe for doing this very thing. And here they are doing it again. And I just noticed this story right after having berated Mike Johnston and Jared Polis and all the Democrats in the Colorado Politburo for you, too, being a bunch of incompetent boobs.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Everyone's talking about Galaxy Concrete Coating and their transformation, like your neighbor Mike.
Well, the local company that we used first was highly recommended by people in our neighborhood. We did not know until after it didn't work on our floor. It just healed up like a cheap suit. And so my wife says, we got to do something. And so she started looking around on the internet, and she found Galaxy.
Lots of styles to choose from, 4 times stronger than epoxy, and it comes with a lifetime warranty.
We got Galaxy out here. They got here at about 8 o'clock in the morning, and they finished up at 6 o'clock that night. Other than having a beautiful garage floor, you couldn't tell they were here. Just did a wonderful job on it.
Galaxy Concrete Coatings works for any area like patios, garage floors, driveways, and around pools.
It looks fantastic, and anybody that visits our house, that's all they want to talk about. I mean, they just can't believe how nice the garage floor looks.
Click on GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com and remember to like us on Facebook, GalaxyConcreteCoatings.com. We are out of this world.
Discover the value of community and character with Scouting Colorado. Join us for the 48th Annual Sports Breakfast featuring Charlie Blackman at Ball Arena on February 24th. Celebrate how Scouting shapes youth development and empowers thousands across Colorado. Network with leaders and sports enthusiasts. All proceeds support Scouting programs like camping at McNeil Scout Ranch, Colorado Adventure Point, and Scout Reach. To discuss partnerships or sponsorship details, visit scoutingcolorado.org/sportsbreakfast.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Keep your holidays bright. Your heat is out. Worried about getting ripped off with costly repairs or overpaying for a new furnace? Same can be said for your water heater or electrical panel. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino with good news. Fix It 24/7 will give you a free second opinion. No charge, just honest, legendary service. FixMyHome.com and hit book now. That's FixMyHome.com. Book now.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
It's going to be a cold one today. Temperatures only in the teens and low 20s, but we are bringing back sunshine, so that's some good news. Enjoy it because snow is back on Thursday afternoon. I'm Fox 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Verse.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies, offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off, free UPS shipping, and add code RADIO for an extra 5% off.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. After widespread flooding in parts of Kentucky, the state is now cleaning up from snow and ice, and says Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear.
If the snow wasn't tough enough, it's cold right now. It's going to get dangerously cold tonight and into tomorrow.
14 people were killed in Kentucky during the flooding. That same polar vortex bringing Arctic temperatures to parts of the upper Midwest and Great Plains. A key discovery for investigators looking into the Toronto plane flipping this week.
The black boxes have now been recovered. That's going to give investigators some key information there. But without a doubt, the fact that you can actually talk to these pilots because they also survived, that's going to be key as well, because they'll be able to tell investigators what they felt inside that plane.
ABC's Gio Benitez in Toronto. President Trump calling Ukrainian President Zelensky a dictator on social media and saying Ukraine is to blame for the Russian invasion. Zelensky says Trump is living in a Russian disinformation space. This is ABC News. Celebrations broke out in Los Angeles at a courtroom on Tuesday as rapper A$AP Rocky was acquitted on felony assault charges. ABC's Lana Moise reports.
Hip-hop star A$AP Rocky was charged in 2022 with 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic firearm for allegedly firing a gun in the direction of Terrell Efron, or A$AP Relly. The gun was never recovered and was a key focal point in the trial. A$AP Rocky did not take the stand, but A$AP Relly testified his hand was grazed by a bullet. The defense argued the gun in question was actually a prop gun that A$AP Rocky carried for security.
A$AP Rocky would have faced 24 years in prison if convicted. If you got a birthday on March 2nd, Dr. Seuss Enterprises will help you celebrate. The author's estate's giving away free copies of The Cat in the Hat to anyone who shares a birthday with the author. Born Theodore Geisel in 1904, last year the estate sent 10,000 copies to babies born on March 2nd. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News.
It only takes a minute to find out if you may have prediabetes, and you can do it at doihaveprediabetes.org. But you're probably not going to. Nope. I'm sure you've got a perfectly good excuse. Kids, work. I get it. You're busy. So what better time than now? Let's begin. Raise one finger if you're a man. Ladies, none yet. Oh, count in your head if you're driving. Now, 3 more fingers for everyone over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40, 1 more if you're not physically active, another finger if anyone in your family has type 2 diabetes, another if you've got high blood pressure. If you're overweight, raise another finger, 2 if you're very overweight, and 3 if you're really overweight. You've just taken the world's first audio prediabetes test. And if you're holding up 5 or more fingers, visit doihaveprediabetes.org or talk to your doctor. There's no excuse because prediabetes can be reversed.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A bill that would put restrictions on the manufacture and sale of certain semi-automatic firearms in Colorado has passed the state Senate and is headed for the House. Democratic State Senator Marc Snyder says he had originally been a sponsor of the measure, but ultimately took his name off the bill and voted no.
This bill became so much more than just trying to get rid of those high-capacity magazines that ultimately I could not support it.
As introduced, the bill would have made the manufacture, transfer, or sale of those weapons illegal, but changes made by Democrats last week would still allow.
I appreciate it.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so Mark, you are low compared to Tom.
Okay, so everything cool with me?
Yeah, sounds a little hot, but...
Okay, I can turn it down.
All right, how are we?
Do I turn down my mic, or do you want me to turn down Lucy?
See, that's the thing, man. You know, maybe Lucy.
Okay.
God,
Lucy. Okay. Now, do you want me to... On Lucy, do I turn down the microphone?
Yeah, just like one hair, one of those lines.
Okay, how about now?
That should be better.
Testy 1, 2.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, Mark, you're low, but still kind of hot.
And how about my
I don't
dinger?
know what to turn. That's actually kind of loud, but at least we're hearing it now.
I'll turn it down.
But it's good. Turn it down. Yeah, just a hair. Huh, I'll be darned.
Hi, how's that, Shannon?
Very nice.
Tom Martino,
and Mark, now you're just low.
Mark just likes
How about that?
A little bit better.
No, but do I still sound hot?
Not really. Not as bad as you were.
So now we're good.
Yeah, you sound really good.
Or do you want it? Or do you want it hotter like that?
No, not hot.
How about that?
Yeah, it's all right.
All right, blow me.
Well, I'm just
Hey,
saying,
Mark, come on now, be nice.
Nothing to really worry about.
My goodness gracious.
Callers?
My goodness
Well, they'll
gracious.
hear them off the air, too.
You're already...
Guys, treating your low testosterone could really change the way you feel about sex, giving you back the flame and desire that is so important when you love someone. So if you're feeling sluggish and tired, if you're not sleeping well, if your workouts aren't that great, and most of all, if your sex drive is more like a putt, make an appointment at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and have your testosterone levels checked. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower.
Take your radio with you.
630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
A stream online
at KHOW.com. Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Check. That's check. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Welcome. Hey, I don't know if you're just tuning in or if you were listening this morning. We had some technical difficulties. I think they've been worked out. We fed the gerbils on the wheel, and we're back up and running on the air. 303-713-TALK is our number, 713-8255. Now, that's the talk number at the station, KHOW. We also have, of course, other people that listen at other times all over. And here's one universal number you can call 24/7 and get through to the show if we're on the air, or leave a message if we're not. And then we promise, there's no doubt, we will get absolutely positively back to you. For those streaming, it's on the screen, 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. So welcome, my partner in crime. Are you up? Your camera's not up, but you're up, right?
I'm here. No camera today, sir.
Oh, okay. You're a little disheveled.
Okay.
You a little disheveled?
Yeah, I'm doing something. Well, I don't want people to think the wrong thing, but,
You're doing something. Does it rhyme with tubin? Anyway, so...
No.
Isn't that terrible to have your name associated with that, Jeffrey Toobin?
Can you imagine his poor kids like in high school?
No, man,
God.
Hold on. I was thinking the other day, for some reason, or was it today, of name associations. When I said, now be honest, I want everyone listening to be honest. When I said we fed the gerbil on the spinning wheel and we're back up and running, when I said gerbil, what celebrity?
That guy with the gerbil...
Richard Gere.
Richard Gere.
That's it.
Isn't that terrible? That may not even be true. Who the hell knows? But you're forever associated. Forever. Okay, so then we said, doing it, you know what I'm saying, is pleasuring yourself. Who do we think of? Toobin. So what I want to know is, are there any other names that strongly associated with things? If you had to say a name... and as an association, what would it be? What would it be? Think about it. Any other, really strong associations like that? I think I would like to be is Elon Musk associated with anything? Not really. He's a strong character. Huh?
How about Adolf?
Yeah. But what is he associated? Evil, but there's no one word, right? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I can tell you one.
What?
I can tell you one.
What?
Janet Jackson.
What?
Janet Jackson.
I don't get that one.
At the Super Bowl.
Oh, the booby.
The old...
No, you know what?
There you go.
Shot.
But I don't know if that's forever, but that's one of them. So I want
How about
people...
I got one.
Tom?
What?
Ooh, I got a great one.
How about Bobbit?
Bobbit.
Shut
up, Doc. I said that first.
That's right.
I beat you there, Mark.
If you want to get Bobbit, that name Bobbit will forever be associated with a severed Bobbit.
Member.
Yeah. You know what?
You're allowed to say the P word on air, Tom?
Of course you are. But you know what? I've never used the word member in my life. Has anyone ever used that word in that context? Well, excuse me.
You're not just a member, you're the president.
Anyway. So what would...
Dinger.
What's that? Anybody have any strong associations? Anybody have any strong associations?
Oh, I got one.
Go ahead.
Brandon.
You know what?
Brandon.
You're right. You're right.
True international effort to pressure.
That's an FU. Brandon is an FU. Did you?
Dexter.
I want to bring something up. First of all, I want people to call with problems, questions, complaints of any kind. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Your calls always take precedent. We've recovered already this year. Listen, it's only February 19th. Mark, I remember we took a few calls. I'm thinking we're up around 300,000 or 400,000 already in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. Maybe not quite that much. Maybe around 200. I haven't actually looked at the barometer, but I'm going to. Now, next thing I want to talk about, we talk about a lot of things, and the topics are real, and they can help you. But I want to know if anyone understands this. Here's what's funny. Like, the state of Colorado was just one of the states that got a settlement from Pfizer. Now, what was the settlement for? For illegal illegal migraine drug kickbacks. Now, what does that mean? That means that Pfizer was sued by attorneys general and the federal government, so 38 states and the federal government, for paying illegal kickbacks. And it's Pfizer. Now, what were they doing? They were paying pharmacists and experts to prescribe this Biohaven Nurtec, a prescription drug used to treat migraine headaches. Okay, why am I bringing this up? You know, Pfizer was the patron saint of curing and vaccines and the mRNA and the best of the best of the best, and they could do no wrong. I mean, Pfizer, I swear the name Pfizer was godlike among Democrats and liberals. Godlike. Yet, if they were, you know, there's a saying, if you're honorable in little things, you're honorable in much, or just the opposite. If you're dishonorable in little things, you're definitely dishonorable in big things. Both of those sayings come from the Bible, but I just want to say this. What it means is this, obviously. You don't change your character. So if they're dishonest about this and paying kickbacks, do we believe maybe, just maybe, there was some underhanded stuff going on with the vaccine? Or is that impossible? Do they only, see, that's the thing that pisses me off. What pisses me off is how we don't see the demons when we need to. We don't see them. We always think, oh, no, that can't be happening. Do you know that the mRNA vaccine, you think it stopped COVID? COVID was being stopped on its own. Now, it did help in a few cases. It did lessen symptoms, we think, for those who took it. Now, why do I say we think? Mark, why do I say in this study, they said, they don't say we think, they said I don't have it in front of me, but they said they kind of get a feeling that the COVID vaccine did lessen symptoms. Why can't they say that definitively? Do you know why?
Well, they never did any testing on the damn drug.
Well, they did some surveying.
There was no clinical. There was
no. You're right about that. I'm not talking about that.
By that emergency.
I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about this part. The reason they can't say that it definitely caused a lessening of symptoms is because when they did a sampling of people, and many of the people who got the drug, the COVID vaccine, had lesser symptoms, when they did a blind study, a double blind, I don't know if they call it a double blind, but they had a sample of people who didn't have the vaccine. And a large percentage of them had lesser symptoms because no two people reacted to COVID the same way. So when you take a random sampling of people who never had a vaccine, and you have a good percentage of them with heavy-duty symptoms and a good percentage of them with hardly any symptoms, what does that tell you? The vaccine had nothing to do with that
Tells
sampling.
you nothing.
Yeah. So can we say for sure that those who had the vaccine had lesser symptoms? How can we? Because if you had lesser symptoms, you may have had lesser symptoms if you didn't have the vaccine. And I want to know if there are any morons right now. Please raise your hand. If there are any morons right this minute, please tell me, don't be ashamed, that actually positively are taking the mRNA vaccine every year. I want to talk to someone who does it, and I want to know why. Okay? I just want to know why. Do you trust it? You never had a problem? From the very first time, I only did it once, and I did. I got scared into it. Mark, did you even do it once or not?
I had the fake one. I'll leave it at that. I did not have, what is it, an mRNA, MDRA, whatever.
You had the lesser one, Moderna or whatever.
Nope, I had the Johnson & Johnson way back when, and that was it. I had one shot, never got a booster. I was done, brother.
Anyway, 303-713-TALK, 713. I had one in the very beginning, never went back, never will. They scared the hell out of me. We got a lot happening right now. I want you to call if you have a problem, question, or complaint. We have some follow-ups coming up as well. And we have our deputies, as you heard, Deputy Doc, and we have other deputies on their way and some deputies working remotely. And we are taking your calls at 303-713-TALK or, of course, 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. K&H Home Solutions, your solutions for beautiful exterior products on your home, window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for.
Thank you.
Let me write the letter. Dear Shannon, can you please trigger the break now? Let me put it in the mail.
Dear Shannon, occasionally I talk like a 13-year-old and I end with upspeak.
That's true.
Upspeak?
That's true.
I didn't know you were done.
Visit one of Fitness Gallery's convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
Why do I love K&H Home Solutions? Well, first of all, I've known the original owner when I moved here like 40-something years ago, almost 50 years ago. And they were in business for 65 years. So when I met them, they were well underway. And then I met the second owner, the third owner, and I've always had their products at my home. I've used them for a lot of things, K&H Home Solutions. And you can too, and you can trust them. Here's what I want to get across to you. Energy efficient, beautiful products and heritage and warranties that really work. 303-421-7100, khwindows.com. You know, Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is the name of the company, and it tells you what they do. They're the planning center for retirement. If you call them, they're going to take a look at what you have, a nest egg, retirement elements like 401ks, IRAs. They help you grow when you're supposed to grow, keep safe when you're supposed to keep safe, and convert to income when you're supposed to convert to income. It's a complete planning center, including long-range planning for long-term care and also other things you might run up against, even legacy planning like wills and estate planning and passing on your business. If you need someone to help you with your plan, call them and ask them, what do you do? They'll be happy to discuss it with no obligation. rpcenter.com is the website, 970-663-3211. CMG Financial, a lender that did not go away when everyone else did. They're still going strong, serving their patrons. If you want a reverse loan, you can still get one. Do you want maybe a conventional loan? They have those. But I recommend the all-in-one loan, what I call the liquid loan, the 30-year line of credit. You borrow it up and pay it down at will. Every dime you have in the bank counts against your average daily balance for lower interest. 303-882-6679. 882-6679. Partnerinlending.com.
Colorado.
Thank you.
Spend this new year.
Ugh.
Boop, 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 boop.
Let me make sure this copy's over to mine.
Mark, you're not put. Oh, he's not putting up his camera.
Your sniffles are getting bad.
Mark, I have a cold, and it's bad that I have a cold, by the way.
That sucks.
You've had a cold since the 70s, apparently. Jeez.
No, now I really
It's
do
that
have
cocaine
one.
cold.
Now I really do have one.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I gotta, shit. Just a minor cold is a problem for me.
Hi.
Actually, I'm talking too much.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't look up. No, you're good.
I'm going on Discord, and I'm going to use my credit card to purchase something, and I'm going to leave the mic on.
Oh.
Mark is suing Discord, so I got to disavow myself.
I've been answering, even if it comes through as potential spam.
Mark is suing you guys. I'm going to be a witness.
There is almost no way I would block you. Look. Did I get the other stuff? No.
Okay, I deleted them, Shanine.
All right, do I just send all three? No, what do I send to you?
I got to figure out. You only sent me one show from yesterday. I don't know which. I don't know how you define which is which, bro.
Just the date and then number 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah, but that's what. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Hold on. One being that's an entire hour.
Mm-hmm.
Or show.
Yeah.
Oh, me all three. Hold on. Let me make sure. I thought that was segment 1, segment 2, segment 3, dude.
Okay.
So, like usual, you're wrong. I'm right.
I might spend some time later and hunt you down. I just want you to know.
It's all right.
Mark,
I just got to open up Adobe.
You are Adobe.
I bet you don't know what Adobe was called back in the day.
Oh, crap, I bet I do. Oh, it's not coming to me. I'm not going to look it up.
Cool edit.
American Stories.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I have a text here, and I don't know what it means, but it says here that, why can't you admit that both sides suck? Oh, I guess it goes back to some of our discussions we have. In a way, both sides do suck, no matter what sides you're talking about. There's always some good and bad. Well, I shouldn't say that, obviously, like Nazis.
I'm sorry. Name one good thing about the lefty side, please.
Okay.
Hey, Tom.
I will. Wait. He wants me to name one good thing. I think one good thing about the lefty side is some of the pro-consumer.
Joe Biden did this. Go ahead.
I'm not talking about Joe Biden. I'm talking about the side in general, not him. I don't think he did much of anything. Just to be honest with you, it was a joke.
Oh, fair enough. I mean, I liked the original Bill Clinton. Hell, I voted for Obama.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is there are obviously, I think, policies on both sides of the aisle that have merit. But we tend to be so polarizing right now, not recognizing anything. Now, lately, I will tell you this. One thing that I think is really stupid, Doc, I'm sorry for not, I will talk to you in a sec. The one really thing, the thing I don't understand is when they march out Schumer to criticize Trump's and Elon Musk and Doge and all of they march him out to talk about how terrible it is what they're doing. And I can't believe there are any Americans who believe the waste that we are cutting is wrong. What were you going to say, Doc?
Well, the government workers, the ones that, they have to actually show up for a job or they're not going to have a job, are pretty upset about it. So when people out there see anybody marching or doing whatever, the handful of them, they're all directly affected or they're paid.
Right. I want to
just
remind
like
people.
Oprah was paid.
I want to remind
just
people,
like Oprah was paid.
I want to remind people they can text me directly, and it comes right to my cell phone. It really does, by the way. 747-999-5280. That is a private line. Now, I forward it to my cell so I can turn it off when I need to, but I haven't had to do that. 747-999-5280. That was a made-up number when I got Google Voice about 15, 20 years ago, whenever it was. 747-999-5280. And you can also text me there if you want to inquire about Wave 8 Financial or Wealth Management, Wave 8 Wealth Management. I got some good news to announce about that, by the way, with the partnership with Vestera Turnkey. But right now, I digress. Let's talk about the text I'm getting. Tom, ask Mark. I don't know why. Why is Mark the car expert? Ask Mark if he would lease a car at this point in his life. Mark?
Hell no.
Okay, your reasoning? Why would you say hell no, though, Mark?
Mileage.
Oh, okay. Oh,
simple
for you.
mileage. I drive.
But economically,
I put 40,000, almost 40,000 on the Tesla.
No, you're right. Of course, you're right.
20 months.
But let's talk about the concept. The concept of paying for only what you use. If you could live, now let me give you some caveats here, or some conditions, Mark. If you could live within the terms and conditions, meaning if it's a 3-year, you'll keep it definitely for 3 years. The mileage, you can definitely stay within the mileage. Would you do it for preservation of capital?
No, because the main reason now, if we get rid of the mileage thing, if technology changes enough in 2 years, I'm going to want to get rid of that car and get a new one.
Okay. So you don't want any bounds on what you can do as far as liquidation or mileage or anything.
Yeah, I'd end up being stuck with 2 payments or a car I don't like.
So what you're saying is, with a lease, you must abide by the terms and conditions, or it can sting you. Absolutely, positively correct.
Big time.
You're right. And in a way, you are truly agreeing with the lessor, and you're the leasee. You're agreeing that they own the car, and you are going to abide by their conditions. It's a vacation car by owner, or a car by owner, and the owner being the lessor. 303-713-8255.
Well, how about you now? Wouldn't you? The same stuff though. Would you actually? You've been talking about leasing one. I don't.
There's a reason,
I don't
Mark.
think it's good for you either. But I don't
there's
know.
Let me explain for me. Let me explain why. When I look at capital. And I'm just going to say this. I know people know. Look, I've worked hard all my life. Sometimes I've had $100,000 or more tied up in a car, literally tied up, cash, done. The car's paid for. Now, the car's going to depreciate, and at the end, I'm going to have whatever it's worth. But it depreciates a lot. I usually end up selling the car, buying a new one, putting another chunk of cash in there. So I am at a point in my life, not everyone is, where capital is more important to me than monthly outlays. I can get a car and say, you know what, this Tesla or this G-Wagon or this Beamer or this, whatever it is, I'm only going to use it. At this point in my life, Mark, I'm talking, I only drive 10,000 miles a year. So let me put 12 on it, whatever. I want it I get tired of cars in 3 years. I can keep a car 3 years easily. So here's the point. If I'm going to keep a car for 3 years and put a certain number of miles on it, and they guarantee me the price coming out of it so I don't lose a dime, then I've simply made monthly payments on the part I'm using. That's all. I get the car, I make the payments, I turn the car back. But I even could buy it if I want, but I'm not. Let's just say I turn it back. Now, what I have done though is kept that 100 or 150 grand. I've kept it for that entire time, and I've made money with it. So it makes a lot of sense for me because capital and use of capital is what I'm talking about. Now, I'm not saying that's going to work for everyone. It won't. There are times that people, first of all, they will take a 30 or 40 grand car and pay it off, and then they will sell it at the optimum time, get most of that money back. And if they lose 10 grand, let's say, and they amortize that over the 3 years they had it, it cost them $3,000 a year, or about whatever. It just didn't cost them that much money. I mean, it's all in the math. It's all in the math. And the way Mark has been doing it, because he puts mileage on it, he gets it right before it's going out of warranty. I've watched him time and time again. He'll pay cash, get the car, use the car gently, keep in great condition. He sells it just before the warranty's up, and he can sell it with a full warranty, even though there's some mileage on it. People buy it, and he does lose a little, but not much. And then he takes and then invests. So let's say he loses over 2 or 3 years, he loses a few grand. If you amortize that monthly, that's a pretty cheap damn car he had. I get it. It's all in the math. Wouldn't you agree? I don't think there's one over the other.
100%.
Yeah. So it depends on your life at the time. But don't ever, and this is something people do, and usually young people want to talk themselves into something, and I've seen it happen, where they say, but Tom, it's an investment. I'm going to tell you something. Maybe 0.1% of any car you buy will be an investment. It's got, and if it is an investment, it's not transportation. It's something you ooh and ah about and you look at. But don't look at your transportation as an investment. Don't do it. Don't do it. And I'm going to tell you something else if you want to build wealth. You don't look at transportation as an investment, and you don't look at a house as a suit of status. Now, you don't want a piece of crap house. You want a beautiful home. But you would be shocked at how many people have 10 times the house they need, or they're empty nesters and they just don't need it. Now, they want it. They want to have a little status. There's nothing wrong with that, to have a beautiful home, to have some land, especially if you love it. But I'm saying don't do it just for that. So many of us, and God, I wish I could have just realized this earlier in life. I realized it maybe 20 years ago. I was around 50 something, and I started winding down. And I was living a lot, and this is a real admission. And I think if we really, truly look inwardly, we many times as consumers live for others. We truly buy things for two reasons. One, yeah, we want them. But two, what they say about us. Because if that wasn't the case, there would never, ever, ever, ever be a reason to have a Rolex versus an Apple Watch. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK. Speaking of deals, waterpros.net. I got to call Paul the Waterman. I wonder if he's extending that sale. I'm going to call him, but that sale I'm talking about, $31.95 for a whole house. Tell him to extend it for you if you call today. Tell him I asked him to. $31.95. That's a whole house system for softening and conditioning, getting rid of the forever chemicals. Plus, he will throw in a reverse osmosis drinking water fountain at the kitchen sink. Now, this is an incredible deal even for him. Plumbers would start these at 15 grand. Waterpros.net, 303-862-5554.
Thank you.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Okay, we've had a few problems out here. They're all clearing up, including into downtown southbound. There's a second stall near 20th now, far right lane. Well, actually, the second lane from the right is blocked. You can get by to the far right lane, but we're still backed up, but they should be out of there any minute. Southbound 25 at 88th, that accident is clear. A little sluggish still coming in from 104th, and Pena looks better. The ramp to I-70 westbound was partially blocked with an accident, but that's been cleared out. Everything else is good. 225 is wide open. If you're heading to the airport, 15 minutes to the terminal from I-70. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of America's pastor, Billy Graham. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
How much do we love John Fuller? Not only is he an expert on this show about auto accidents as a personal injury attorney, we actually use him to fill in for us on the show. That's how much we trust him, and you can too. The first sign of an accident, you just have questions, you can call him. He's the only personal injury attorney who has said, I'll talk to people free of charge, no obligation, up front, before they even hire me, or if they ever hire me. Doesn't matter. Have him call me. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. If you do hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, so still no out-of-pocket money ever. 303-597-4500. Years ago, I remember Hiram took me to visit Mitch Floria at the Art of Granite in Golden. It's a long story, but I'll never forget Mitch. What a great salt of the earth kind of guy. He had his granite yard, his fabrication shop. He says, Tom, I only upcharge for fabrication and installation. That's where I make my money. I pass along all the materials wholesale for the countertops. I can do natural stone or man-made materials. And I remember his showroom and his humble beginnings, and he's such a great guy. He says, now I want to give prices on the phone. He's been doing that. Nobody does that. He does it because he's proud of them. 303-386-5919, 386-5919, theartofgranite.com.
Yep.
Do you know, I'm going to tell my Discord disruptors.
Uh-oh.
Douche nozzle.
So you can't, really, well, I guess you can. Like, are you able to eat, like, fruits and vegetables? You just can't cook them?
What? Cook them? Can't cook them. Well, I can't cook anything, almost. I can do noodles.
Well, unless it's, like, in the microwave or something. You could, you know, get those self-steaming vegetable bags of, like, green beans or something.
I do like the cauliflower, the rice cauliflower.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Walmart earnings tomorrow.
Hey, does Miles have ESOP?
What the fuck does that mean?
Employee stock ownership plan program.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
I thought you were a day trader.
20% match. And that doesn't include the 401k.
Is that with Walmart, Mark?
Yeah, his bonus next year, this year it's going to be massive, but his bonus next year, Tom, can top a quarter.
Whoa, are you shitting me?
No shit you.
Seems like a pretty easy job. You just got to haul a couple of corpses out of the bathroom once in a while.
So all those people that love college pound sand.
Pound co-ed.
It does happen. So I'm going to see more of my kid
Then
this
you want
month than I have in a year.
Oh.
Yeah, bless his heart. He heard about Grandpa and him and Addie made the 14-hour drive out from Tucson.
Here we go.
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. What's going on in your life? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, 888heating.com. You can call them with all this cold and stuff. If your system's getting older, they guarantee the lowest prices for high-efficiency units. They do, by the way, and you can believe them. The lowest price, 303-770-2776. Doc, what's going on?
You talk about people. I get my booster every year because I think people who've had as severe COVID infections as I had, it makes sense to do anything that could reduce the symptoms if you were to get it again.
But do you believe that it reduces symptoms?
I do.
Okay. I don't have enough knowledge. I don't have enough knowledge to know. I mean, but really, if you do think about it, then it is not a vaccination. It's a pre-treatment.
Exactly.
And they also claim, where I looked it up, that it makes you less contagious. Now, how would that work, Doc?
I guess anything that reduces the number of viral particles could make you less contagious.
Okay, so if you have less of a load, you have less to shed.
Absolutely.
So what is your standing on that then? The mRNA as a technology. Do you like it?
I think it needs more research, but I think the basic idea is pretty good.
The basic idea, by the way,
again,
when people say it alters your genetic makeup, it really doesn't. I mean, it really doesn't, okay? I mean, I don't like it, but it doesn't alter your genetic makeup. It makes, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, it keys your body to look for precursors of a virus way before they become a virus. True?
That's my understanding as well.
Okay. So these precursors that occur, can they occur, this is what I've always wondered, with other viruses? Does it help with other viruses? Because if truly that's what it does, then, you know what I'm saying? Am I making sense?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, so it could help detect other viruses. And I mean, when I say detect, your body could be picking up other viruses, not just COVID, and producing antibodies. I mean, if that technology is truly what it says. The other thing is this. One thing that pissed me off about COVID back in the day, and I was blowing the whistle on this, and it turned out to be true. When they do normal virus scannings, they would take some particles, Doc, and they would scan. I don't remember, like I was so deep into it back then, but they would scan it like 4 times or something. And if it didn't show up, they just stopped. But then what they did with COVID was they started doing 16, then 32 and 64, and then finally 128 times. They would scan it. And if a little minute particle showed up, they said you're infected. Do you remember what I'm talking about? Like when they were screening?
Exactly.
They manipulated the screening to show the numbers going up. And if you take...
Not only did they manipulate the screening, guys, they also manipulated the death from COVID. You could die from getting hit by a car, and if you had COVID, they called it a COVID death.
And Mark,
that's absolutely
I
true,
had
Mark.
first-hand, well, not first-hand, I didn't die from it. I had a first-hand experience with this with a relative. I swear to God, I remember the day. He left a voicemail. So he drank. He drank like a fish. He was hooked on pain meds. He had cirrhosis of the liver, hepatitis, and a host of other things. Honest to God, in the hospital. Alcoholic, drug addict, cirrhosis, some kind of breathing problem way before COVID. Like, what do they call that when you're COPD, Doc? When you're
COPD, right?
When you're big and
or
fat.
emphysema, could be anything.
Well, whatever. That means failure to cope, basically, with your lungs, right? Anyway, he had all of that, and he falls asleep in death while in the hospital, and they tested him and found he had COVID, and that was the cause of death. Now, that is the most ridiculous thing. Why did we put up with that, though? And why to this day do people still put up with it? Why do they not get pissed off? Yeah. Why aren't they looking for Fauci's head on a stick? Go ahead.
I think at the time it was panic mode. Here was this disease that was truly a pandemic, and they didn't know how to deal with it. And so much of it was public relations and politics that they had to look like they were doing something. And I think that to me was a large part of it, that they were forced politically to come up with something to show that the government and the administration was aware of it and trying to help the citizens.
You don't feel there was anything dastardly about it. You don't think it was a control thing or anything like that. I mean, I don't know.
I do.
You know, there are so many theories. First of all, I don't believe it was done intentionally, okay? I think we can dispel that. They call it the plandemic. Do you think it was done intentionally, anybody listening? I mean, truly, do you? I don't think it was done intentionally. I think it was a leak. Why were they experimenting with it, though? That's what I want to know. That's the part that no one ever tells us. Why were they experimenting with it? For it to leak to begin with. I think it was for warfare. But in any case, once it leaked, okay, do you believe truly that they took advantage of it just to control the population? Do you think that, Mark? I mean, Obviously they were using it for control, but I don't know if it was a concerted, planned effort. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it was. I don't think anybody released it on purpose. I think it came out of that lab, which, by the way, we funded. And I think once it was here, they definitely used it as an excuse. My God, they said either get the shot or you got to quit your job. You can't fly. You can't go to a concert. You get kicked out of the Army or kicked out of government in general. I don't know what else you would call that but pure control.
Well, it was control, but I'm saying that wasn't the reason, I don't think, that they latched on.
Then they started pushing the woke agenda. Maybe woke's not the proper word, but the transgender and all this other stuff at the same time.
What did that have to do with COVID, do you think? I don't see a connection there.
I don't know, man.
Help me make that connection. I mean, I think that
the whole connection is you were talking about a power play.
Yes.
They seem to start pushing everything at the same time.
Okay, hold on. I think I know what you're saying, because when they started doing the rent controls and all these executive orders for weird things, they did start getting weird.
Everything. If you were a landlord, you could have a bum living in your house for over a year not paying anything, and there wasn't a damn thing you could do.
You're right. And it really brought out the absurdity of government trying to help when they were hurting people. You know, we did get through that period. Were there mass evictions? I mean, whatever did happen. Do you know, Mark, I didn't even realize this. I got to take a break. I do. Did you realize there were people getting COVID aid up until the end of 2024? Did you know that?
If not longer.
They're still getting cash. Got more coming up.
Yep.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Yeah, we've had a few problems out here. They're all clearing up, including into downtown southbound. There's a second stall near 20th now, far right lane. Well, actually, the second lane from the right's blocked. You can get by to the far right lane, but we're still backed up, but they should be out of there any minute. Southbound 25 at 88, that accident is clear. A little sluggish still coming in from 104th, and Pena looks better. The ramp to I-70 westbound was partially blocked with an accident, but that's been cleared out. Everything else is good. 225 is wide open. If you're heading to the airport, 15 minutes to the terminal from I-70. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, host of the Taking a Walk podcast. Step with us into the world of music. I bring you up-close conversations with new and legendary musicians. For one of the best music interview podcasts, listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, ZeroResDenver.com. ZeroRes, spell it forward or backward. It does the same thing. It cleans with zero residue. And people say, why do you love this so much? You know, it's not for their deals, although they are not expensive and they do have great deals. It's because of the indoor air quality, the indoor quality of your carpet or whatever you have clean, tile and grout, upholstery, mattresses, ductwork. No chemicals, just purified water. Purified water, the best cleaning agent in nature. Do you realize it's safe for kids, safe for pets, safe for you? You know, so many people, they do supplements, they care about all kinds of stuff. You got to care about the indoor quality of your home. And carpets and floors are like the biggest part. ZeroResDenver.com, at any price, it's a deal. In fact, at any price, it's a steal. They do great work. It's around $33 a room, give or take, depending on the time. But don't do it for the price. Do it for the health. Do it for the cleanliness. It keeps your carpets like new. They dry faster, stay clean longer. That's why you do ZeroRes. Ask for the current Martino special, whatever it is. It's worth your time. 303-471-5150. 471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. Hey, Vestera Turnkey, you know what they do. Barry Miller and his team find rentals for you in markets where appreciation is promised and potentially high, a positive cash flow with rents, and 30 to 80% returns when you sell. And he helps manage the whole thing. That's VesteraTurnkey.com or MyBiggestReturn.com. That's Barry Miller and his team. Now, the good news, Wave 8 Wealth Management, my financial advisement company, I am breaking off some parts where we are going to do some of these investments for people that don't want to do the whole shoot match. They just want to do part of it. But here's the deal. It's always better to do the whole thing by yourself with Vestera. But if you want to do part of it and be partners with me, you can do that too. MyBiggestReturn.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mitchell Shankoff, Medical Director of QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. Patients with joint pain ask me all the time if they'd be a good candidate for QC Kinetics pain relief treatments. Here's what I tell them. If you can answer yes to any of these questions, you can qualify for our advanced pain relief therapy. Is your quality of life being impacted by chronic pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, and other joints? Is your pain due to arthritis, overuse, or injury? Do you want to avoid invasive surgery and long recovery times? If you answer yes to any of those questions, we can help. I'm so confident that QC Kinetics can help relieve your joint pain. I'm inviting you to schedule a free consultation. To find out if QC Kinetics is right for you, schedule a free consultation by calling 970-465-0488. That's 970-465-0488. 970-465-0488. Do you think all real estate brokers are created equally? Think again. Different from many other industries, as a master certified negotiation expert, I personally negotiate your home sale for the district market. That's Frank Durant, realestateman.com. I get your home sold faster. I put more money in your pocket than I back you up with a true total performance guarantee. Frank Durant, realestateman.com. 303-920-1622. With RE/MAX. Give me the opportunity, and I'll be glad you did. Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price or he'll write you
Bum 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 bum. I really screwed the pooch on this one, didn't I, bro?
What's that? Timing wise?
Yeah, and shut up. No wise guy comments. But you don't even know. You don't even know how to do a wise guy comment. You're so kind to me.
If you just stop talking sometime before 2 p.m., I'm happy. Don't keep doing the show while we're not here, Tom. It makes me feel bad. I can't believe the sob story 60 Minutes is turning some of these layoffs into.
What are you talking about?
Where were you when we were all the federal layoffs? Oh, hey, we're coming back. Hang on.
Listening.
There, you're up.
Troubleshooter Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We don't have too much time in this hour, but it was very, I love it. I mean, it was really important, the things we're talking about. And I know a lot of people say, I don't get political. A lot of these things are direct to the bottom line and direct to our pocketbook, and it means a lot. Now, Tom, comorbidity during COVID, this is a text. They changed the terminology to COVID-related. So if you had COVID with anything else, they called it COVID-related. Thank God for Dr. Fauci saving us from the time Trump told everyone COVID would go away like a cold if we swallowed bleach. Does anyone, okay, Monty texts almost every day something about he just loves Biden, he loves the Democrats, he hates Trump. Trump never actually said to swallow bleach ever. He was making a joke. He was saying, look, if bleach kills it, why don't we just drink bleach or something? I forget what it was. But he never actually advocated bleach. More coming up. Okay, I'm going to walk away. I'm going to walk away here.
Okay,
and then I never want to talk to you again.
For anybody that's listening after Tom said that jackass statement just now.
All right.
That is obviously not what Trump said.
All right, Dolce.
He had just left a meeting with a company that was working on ingestible UV capsules designed to target infections. He never said bleach for any of you fucktards that should be wearing a helmet all day that still believe that. But that's okay. I want everybody happy.
Same people that are singing.
No, somebody somehow texted Tom to say if we had just listened to Trump when he said drink bleach.
That's not what he said.
I know.
Sorry, I was wondering about him.
Right now? Mark, did you leave already?
No, I'm editing that shit as we're talking.
Oh, okay.
We're talking money, we're talking annuities, we're talking all kinds of stuff.
And so, not unlike the other guy who's hosting right now, you're not paying attention to the current show?
Yeah, I've always got my fingers in all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, well, your rectum doesn't count.
Let's see if I ended this like a professional. I bet I did.
Well, you certainly were here for a long time. You were pulling my hours.
Erlene, how are you doing? How are you doing, Erlene? I'm sorry it's been so damn cold. Yeah, so let me give you an update. So Train is going to donate that motor, but the shipper lost it, so they're ordering another motor. Nope. I think it was UPS. They lost the motor. So the guy that's going to donate the time, the labor to do the installation,
the one
Arlene, his name
really
is
bad
Jerry
thing about
with
Trump that
J
continues
and
to
J
have legs, the
HVAC.
good people on both sides.
So his name's Jerry. He's a good guy.
Right?
He wants to give you a call.
What's that, Shannon?
The good
and come
people
over your
on
house
both
and just
sides.
Look over my
What about him?
diagnosis
That's also
just to make
bullshit.
sure
Well, yeah, because he went on to say,
it is what I think it is.
Somebody call.
What pisses me off
So his name
is that
is
he's
Jerry.
implying
He's
that there
going to
were
call
good
you.
people on the tear down the statue side.
There's no
I'm
good
gonna come
people
over
there.
and look at everything,
I don't.
and then I'm
That's the
gonna
part
follow
that
up with
pisses me
someone
off.
tomorrow because they
Those
said
knuckle
they
dragging
air that
uncle
motor.
fuckers wanted to tear down our shit. F off.
And then I'm going
Why
to buy
don't
a
you
few
actually
other
build
parts.
something
Other
for a
parts that
change?
I'm going to
Then you
buy.
can tear it down.
Oh, they don't know how to do that.
Not
So,
necessarily.
yeah, I'm sorry, man.
Way
I'm
too
sorry we haven't been
complicated
able to
for
get
all they
it.
know how to do is
We're on
sing.
the right
You've
track.
seen
We
it.
just got to get all of
Yeah.
these parts
For the
together
last couple days.
so we can get your
I mean,
furnace
it's
running.
like,
Oh, you're talking about
unnerving.
the protesters, not.
I know,
Well,
I'm talking about
yeah,
the
it's an older
Democrats.
furnace
They're
and parts
singing.
of it. They are
Okay,
hard to
I was
get.
worried you
But
were
we did
narrowing
find
it down
them,
to
except they lost
specifically
them.
black people.
They
All
reordered
they
another
wanted
one,
to
so
sing
the guy's
stepped
name
up.
is Jerry at
Cucina.
J&J HVAC. So he's going to
right,
call
that's
you
what I
this
thought.
afternoon and set something up, and then hopefully these parts will be in by the end of the week, and we get some heat on over there. Yeah. I'm in the studio. I don't want to give it out on the air, but it starts with
Why do the Atlanta
720447.
Braves and the Kansas City Chiefs get to keep their name?
720447.
Because they don't have their heads up their asses?
Like Cleveland and Washington?
Okay. So I'm
Well,
going
I
to text them
don't
this stuff
call
right
them
now.
by their names.
I just wanted to get your
I still call the
permission.
Redskins the Redskins.
So
and
we
the
can come
Indians.
over.
You're
look
dead naming them? You still call it the Gulf of Mexico?
His name is
I do
Jerry.
not. Actually, I'm happy
Jerry
to,
with
you know.
Jerry with J&J
Yeah.
HVAC company. He's a train dealer.
Mostly horrible yourself?
Okay. All right. All right. Then call me. Then I'll call you back.
Yep.
Okay. You're welcome. Bye.
What if my final moments are me with a bomb strapped to my chest? Do I still qualify?
No.
Oh, he hung up.
Oh, AI hung up on you.
They normally do, even the real people, because I'm always like, I appreciate your call. What part of the world are you? It's like Sri Lanka or the Philippines? Are you in Pakistan? Click.
Yeah.
They're gone. Gone.
Yeah.
No time for you, Round Eye. Well, now I'm trying to receive this wonderful gift. This beautiful, beautiful gift from Andrea.
So what is the place she got?
Hernando's Pizza Pub in Winter Park.
Okay.
It is freaking fabulous.
Okay. Good pizza?
Good enough. Fun environment.
Pasta?
Oh, I think so. You know what? I might go that route. 2 or 3 orders of pasta. I'll be good to go.
I think so.
Shannon, did you get your riverside view at the Golden Corral on Valentine's Day? What's this chick's phone number? Come on.
You get my team's full support, but I personally negotiate the sale for you when you list your home with me. I'm with you every step of the way. Go to Frank's website for
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website, cash. That's cash. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, the things that tick you off, the things that make you tick. That's what we do each and every day. Listen, here's what I know. If you have a problem, it's always best to discuss it in the beginning. Always, no matter what. Even if you don't have a real problem, we can discern that. Or if you have a problem that we can help with, or we can tell you what to do. What is the problem? Everything. Buying, selling, when to buy, why to buy, where to buy, how to buy. What happens if you're ripped off, lied to, cheated, exaggerated? What do you do about it? What rights do you have? What about car accidents? What about work-related stuff? Anything. We've handled everything. So if you're having problems or you need financial advice, consumer advice on anything, give us a call. As I said, 45 years going strong right here in Denver. I think I have 50 years in the business if you count outside of Denver as well. I came here. I think I'd been in the business 6 years when I got here. 303-713-8255. We were talking about people being declared dead from COVID when they had other things. And then whenever we criticize anything woke or anything liberal or anything progressive, I got this guy, Monty, who loves sending us, and he's sending me stuff. Tom, blah, blah, blah. He's basically saying they weren't calling it COVID. They said it was COVID related. It was a comorbidity thing. And thank God for Dr. Fauci. He saved us from Trump, who told people to drink bleach. You know what?
Not what he said.
Okay.
Well, it's just not what he said. He wasn't talking about bleach. He didn't say drink bleach. It wasn't a joke.
What did he say?
He had just met with a company that was trying to produce an ingestible UV capsule to fight infections, and that's what he was talking about.
But he never said to drink bleach or anything near.
I tell them to do that, but he didn't.
So here's the deal. There were a lot of stupid things said by everyone. When it came to, the virus. But do you know how many deaths China officially had from COVID, according to them? 5,000. The lowest mortality rate in the world. Mark, does that surprise you?
No, I think China had 4 deaths from it.
From China's own records, 5,272 deaths. Now, in the beginning, like right through most of the pandemic, they were saying they only had 4,000 cases. They amended that. Now, think about how many people we have in America and how many cases. What is our population compared to the cases? But, we have a fraction of the people they have in China.
330 million or so, Tom.
Thank you, Doc. And out of 330 million, how many cases did we have? Not deaths, but just cases in general. Do you remember? Of COVID? Does anyone remember?
I don't.
Okay, I'm looking it up right now with my boyfriend. And I wish I could get a girlfriend. I got a boyfriend here because you can't get a female voice anymore. But on one of these, when I asked about China's official number, they said, it appears as if you are attempting to shed China in a negative light. We do not get involved in philosophical discussions regarding countries, nationalities, or ethnicity. So, China had 500,000, 500,000 confirmed cases, they said, with 5,000 deaths. And I'm not sure what America had, but apparently it was...
Tom?
Yes.
I looked it up. The United States had 1,219,000 deaths and 111 million coronavirus cases.
How do we have so much more than China?
Well,
here's the
the
answer.
Chinese weren't mandated to take the vaccine.
No, the answer is they lie. Now,
that's probably true.
There is another term that people call excess deaths. We had more deaths than expected. So, total death, that is a real good indicator of the health of a nation. I mean, or excess death, truly. And then, here's somebody else said, I would like to know what we should do if Trump gets no taxes on overtime, no taxes on tips. I think that, you know, he's looking to lower taxes all the way around. Did you hear about the proposal to do a flat tax and not have an income-based tax, but flat percentage? You know, does anyone really know, seriously, why we went to a graduated tax? They call it it's actually called a progressive tax. Do you know why they call it that? So the more you make, the higher your percentage. So in other words, let's put it this way. If you made $100,000 and had a 10% tax rate, you would pay 10% of $100,000. If you made $1 million, you'd pay 10% of $1 million. If you made $10,000, you'd make 10%. You know, that's what a flat rate means. Now, with a flat rate, the proposals have always been this. It starts out with an exclusion of a certain income up to a point. Then after that, a flat rate. Now, here's what the flat rate means. Literally, a flat percentage of what you make. Many people say this is fair. If you make $100,000, $50,000, $150,000, $500,000, $1 million, you pay a proportional percentage. No deductions, nothing. Flat rate. Now, why do people oppose it? Here's why. At one time when they were discussing flat rates, and it eventually turned out to be, they call it a progressive rate, meaning this. The more you make, the higher the percentage. The theory is this. The theory is if you make, and I hesitate to say 10, 20, 50, because really taxes are going to start at around $50,000. So if you make $50,000, 10% of 50, which is 5,000, would be way more of a burden for somebody making 50 to pay than if somebody was making $1 million and had to pay 10%. That's the theory behind what's called the progressive or graduated tax. How do you feel about that? Mark, how do you feel about that? You're into numbers.
I love the idea of a flat tax. I mean, that's really what I like.
But do you think it's regressive, meaning it hurts people in lower income brackets?
Well, they don't buy as much as people in upper, so no.
Okay, so if somebody paid 10% of $50,000, they're paying $5,000 for their tax. They end up with $45,000 adjusted, or not adjusted, but a net. And somebody who makes $1 million pays 10%. They pay $100,000. They end up with $900,000.
Yeah, exactly. Or, you know, they buy $1 million house, they buy a new car, they buy whatever. All of a sudden, they're paying $150,000, $200,000, $300,000 in taxes that year.
Right. Right. So do you agree with doing away with deductions if they do a flat rate? Would you be willing to do that?
Well, I think you'd have to get rid of course. Why would you have both?
Of course. Lisa, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What's going on, Lisa?
Well, we went back to, we're here in Colorado Springs, and my daughter wanted to move back from Syracuse. So we flew out on Thursday the 9th. A friend of mine that went with us picked out a moving company in New Jersey. Come to find out, I think they're not a moving company, but they kind of do contracting for that. I'm not sure.
That's called a broker. Hold on,
Lisa,
that's called a broker. They're common, not necessarily. You don't know the problem with a broker. They take a fee, obviously a big fee, and then they hand you off, and they don't care who they do business with. So it's kind of very risky. Keep going. What happened?
Okay, so they came up on the 15th. We had everything packed and ready to go. These two guys came in. They speak Farsi. They wouldn't speak English, so we really couldn't communicate with them. But we ended up.
How did you find the New Jersey broker?
A friend of mine here in town was looking for someone that was close by because we were kind of in a hurry and we needed to grab these guys quickly.
Okay,
and
so this broker, here's how it normally works. And then I'm going to let you tell your story. But I'm going to tell you how it normally works. A broker gets your information and makes all kinds of promises and even quotes prices. Then they get a deposit. The broker takes that deposit and is gone forever. They sell the contract to a bunch of scumbags who want to choose it. And then let's say scumbag A buys your contract from sleaze broker. The sleaze broker's gone. They made their money. The broker made their money. Now the sleaze bag who bought it, that mover, buys it thinking we're going to make money by pressuring them to make another deposit when we come to pick up, and we're going to make it really hard for them. Then sleazebag A mover often sells it again to sleazebag B mover, and that mover is the one that delivers and hits you up once again. So I just want to tell people in general how the moving scam works. How did it happen with you?
Okay, so we contacted them over the phone, and they asked for the payment. The estimate they gave us was going to be delivered in 3. So,
well, okay, hold on.
Would
how much was the initial deposit?
The initial deposit was like $570 something.
And that's very small. And that went to the broker.
I don't know. All I know is that I didn't know they were a broker till after I've been looking up all this information.
After you paid the $570, then what happened? What's the very next step?
Okay, the very next step was when they showed up a couple days later to pick up the goods and put them on the truck. I had to pay another. They had asked me.
Okay, how much did you have to pay when they came to pick up the stuff? How much did you have to pay?
Same price, $372.
That's still pretty cheap. So you paid $570 to the broker, then you paid another $300 and something when they showed up.
When they showed up, and then they said that the third would be due on delivery here in Colorado.
But these numbers make no sense to me whatsoever. They make no sense to me. $570, $375, and then you're going to pay another $300 and something. So your whole move was only going to cost a little over $1,000?
Correct. That was one of the reasons why my friend chose it, because of the cheapness of it.
Well, what is she moving? One room? What is she moving?
Just moving about 30 cartons full of clothing, a bed, some office furniture.
Okay,
and that's about it.
There's something strange going on. Okay, the balance would be due when they deliver. So keep going. What happened then?
Okay, so they told us when I talked to her on the phone to make the initial reservation for the movers, she told me that they would be delivered between 5 to 14 days. the bill of lading, which I cannot pull up now because it's disappeared, but it actually said that they actually have 30 business days in which to deliver these
But
items.
you thought it was going to be
30
within
business
2
days.
weeks.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So what happened
But 30
then?
business days will
What
be-
happened then?
Okay.
Oh, by the way, when was this first
Well, they-
initial contract made? When did they show up to pick it up?
January 15th.
Okay. Okay. I'm still listening. Go ahead.
And then, I'm sorry, yeah, January 15th.
Yeah.
So
okay.
in order
so
for
then,
me to give
so
them
then
the
it was
30
supposed to come in 2 weeks. Would have been at the end of January. What happened?
So the bill of lading says that it's not a guaranteed delivery date, that they have the windows, they have a window in order for whatever reason, weather, whatever. But 30 business days to them is 30 days without the weekends, which would be the 26th of February. The other problem we've had is we've called about once a week, each week, to talk to somebody. Oh, well, we'll get back to you. We'll call you right back. Nobody ever calls back.
So wait a minute.
And
So
then
you
on
still
their
don't
website-
have your stuff. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to say a few things
And I
about
want to
it.
know what to do.
I'm going to say a few things about this right now.
You should break first.
After I take this break, thank you, Shannon. Sorry, I'm really going over time. I apologize to my affiliates, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. CMG Financial, by the way, they're doing regular loans. They're also doing reverse loans. They're also doing the all-in-one loan, and I recommend the all-in-one loan, which is the one that you want if you are doing it's really important. If you are doing a line of credit for 30 years, you can borrow it up, pay it down at will. And that's CMG Financial, 303-882-6679, partnerinlending.com.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Dr. Julie at Sound Relief Hearing Center. Are you tired of that ongoing debate with your partner about whether you can't hear or that you never listen? Why not slip on an invisible hearing device, your secret weapon that even your partner won't spot? Let us show you the best options to boost your hearing, your life, and maybe even your relationship. At Sound Relief, we will not let untreated hearing loss become something more problematic. Visit us at soundrelief.com. That's soundrelief.com.
All right. If you want a real estate attorney, you look no further than Brad O'Brien, O'Brien Legal Services. He's the expert we use on this show, and he's one you can trust to go over your documents for closing, or maybe you're a landlord and you want to make up a lease, or you need to evict someone, or someone has claimed part of your property, a squatter, or you have an easement issue, any issue. If it's real estate, think O'Brien Legal Services, all issues. Call them. olslaw.com, 720-370-7388. You know, one of the types of investments I like are these overfunding life insurance policies, and becomethebanker.org does it, Joe and his team. Why? Because it's something everyone can get into. You can buy a smaller policy, a bigger policy. The idea is not the insurance. The idea is to overfund it on purpose. The government lets it grow tax-free. And then Joe can show you how to use it as income later in life. In fact, you can use it to borrow from during your life. And it's called becomethebanker.org for that reason. You become the banker. 303-779-6600.
Thank you.
Thanks for reminding me to take a break.
Yeah,
Shut up.
I wondered about that one.
Shut up.
What?
You're basically
Remember, you've been doing this over-
you have mean bones. You have a mean bone in your body.
Hey, Dimitri's got a good update when you get
I
a
know.
minute.
I know. I heard. I'm going to talk to him. He's right here now.
Hello?
Dimitri's here. Hold on. Let me turn on his mic. I hate that mic. Go ahead, Dimitri.
Hey, Mark, I'm here, and I'll provide the update whenever there's a lull in the action.
Do you
Still
need him
sounds far
louder?
away. No, just on the mic.
Oh yeah, he's on the mic. Go on, just count to 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is Dimitri using the
Wow.
microphone.
Is that good or bad?
That's not the mic. It's not the. He's not on the right mic.
No, he is. It
Can't
sucks.
hear
That mic sucks.
Yeah, you remember you told me I sound
Oh, wait a minute. He's right. Wait, no. That is the right mic. It sucks. Here, I'm going to turn it all the way up. Go ahead.
1, 2, 3. This is Dimitri again, testing the battery.
What about that? Is that good or bad?
Well, it can be fixed, but you're doing other stuff. Don't worry.
Look,
about
I have it on EV20, which it is.
Okay.
What else should I
and
do?
the gain is. How's the gain? Is it like
Okay,
34?
let me see the gain.
36?
Let me see the gain. I'm going to plus it a little. I'm
What
going
do
to
you
plus.
at? 36 would be fine.
All right. No, but
Maybe
just go to
40.
that one again. I just want to.
Okay, this is Dimitri testing.
How's that?
The
Higher?
Add microphone again.
It'll work. It'll
No,
work.
just tell me. Should I put it a little higher?
It'll work.
Do I sound like a freak of some kind?
Well, you always do
No,
that.
you just sounded far away.
Oh, how about now? Am I any closer?
Oh, fantastic.
Really? Tom pushed a whole bunch
Yeah.
of buttons.
He's a lying piece of crap. He's just trying to be.
No,
he's a-
you sound better. I don't know what you guys are listening to. I don't know what you and Mark are listening to.
You're a
but
mean person.
I understand that it could be.
He's just
Sounds
a mean
good.
person.
Yeah, there's really.
We have to be like
being,
just set on it.
cold?
Some people are
Well,
mean.
being nice sure as hell didn't pay off
Some
for me.
people
So
are
what
mean.
the hell? What's the point?
Some people are mean. They're just mean people.
I am.
Turn it up a little bit.
I get it. A lot of people tell me, and I don't
think
mind.
Kachina's just a mean person.
A little. Well, she's just self-absorbed. Good morning, Troubleshooter Show. Did you want to talk to Tom and the gang?
I'm just kidding. I love Kachina.
No. He's just a silly old coot, and he was 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 minutes late for a break. So he's going to come right back to you after he does whatever. We are, looks like 50 seconds away. Don't run off. Thank you. You even confused the caller because you ended the
Don't run
conversation
away.
so quickly. But then again, like I said to Pat, Gabby Gourmet, you'd think after 40 years you'd be better. But we all have our shortcomings. All right. Seconds away from making magic.
Because Pastor Billy Graham. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Lisa has an issue with movers. It doesn't sound totally terrible, and here's why. So far. If the whole move's going to cost like a little over $1,000, I mean, we're not talking about big money here. Usually ripoffs do way worse than this, or way worse for you. It doesn't sound like a typical ripoff. Now, I'm not saying they're great guys, and I don't know how long it's going to take to get your stuff. By the way, 30 days is nothing, okay? 45 days, maybe. It depends on the move. But here's the deal. You're coming from New Jersey to here. Here's what I want to know. How much is going to be due when it's delivered?
Another $572.
Okay. I don't know if that's a very reasonable move. If they do it. So I want to know this. What is the problem right now?
Okay, I guess maybe just the problem is that, we were promised a date that didn't happen, and I know it's the middle of winter and the weather's been bad. The other thing that was a little bit sketch at the beginning was when I made my first payment, I used my credit card, and then they told me that the second two payments would have to be done with Venmo or Zelle, and I said, no, I won't do that. The deal will be off then because I've got a high credit rating, and I just want to use my card.
No.
So
That's bad news that they wanted that. That's bad news. What are you thinking, D? Why are you saying
That is a scam because she won't be able to reverse any of those payment methods that she just discussed.
Yeah, why do they want it?
Well, but that's just it.
Yeah, they're
I don't know,
anticipating.
but I told them the deal would be off unless I could use my credit card for all 3 payments, and they agreed that would be acceptable.
Okay, so really all we need to know, right now there are no big alarms going on, or as people say, off in my
Except
head.
for they don't.
Go ahead.
Except for they won't tell me. Yeah, but Tom, the whole thing is every time I call them, I'll call you back. I'll call you back. We don't know where the stuff is.
And
I'll
when
call
you say call
dispatch.
them,
well,
when you say call them, are you calling the original contact you had in the beginning?
Correct. Yeah, there's 2 different numbers that I have.
But
One is
they're
for
right from the
dispatch, a
beginning.
guy
You
named
never
Matthew, and
change
dispatch.
numbers. You never change numbers.
Correct.
See, that
No,
in
no.
itself, Lisa, it doesn't sound, I'm not telling you they're great. It doesn't sound like a scam or typical scam. I'm going to have Deputy D place a call right now. Just right now.
Yeah,
Since he's right here right now, let's do it.
And Tom, here's what I can predict, because I've heard of a bunch of these things. Here's what's going to happen next. The truck is eventually going to show up with Lisa's stuff. And the guy is going to say, oh, they didn't tell me about the stairs or the sidewalk. I need $1,800.
It weighed way more than we thought.
Yeah,
I know that.
$1,800 in cash now, or you're not getting your stuff back.
Gentlemen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what we ended up doing is we got a storage unit. I told them no, that we want it delivered to the storage unit. The other problem is that the girl that originally signed me up the day that I gave my first deposit kept saying, well, we'll give you the first 30 days storage, Well, I'm worried that they're going to hold my stuff hostage after this 30 days.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
All,
what do you mean 30-day storage? 30 days? Did you have it stored in the beginning?
No, this is just something that she said, which kind of put us on high alert that if you're supposed to be moving this stuff out here, we drove back out here.
Yeah, in other words, if they were supposed to move the
There's
stuff,
no
what are
way.
they talking about? We're going to give you the first 30 days of storage.
Of storage, right. So I'm guessing that the stuff is still in storage back there because
Wait a
one
minute.
time I called
Did you ask
and,
them?
and somebody...
Wait a minute, Lisa. When she said, hey, we're going to give you the first 30 days of storage free, did you say, why the heck are you even doing storage?
I told her that. Several times. I do not want storage. My stuff should be out here within the time frame.
Hang on,
that
Lisa.
you
I'm going to have
promised
Deputy.
me.
I'm going to have
Yeah.
Deputy D talk to you. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Renew Home Innovations. The most beautiful shower conversions, bar none. Okay. Now there are other good ones, but these are the most beautiful. Sheet porcelain, no maintenance, no grout lines. They have glass panels as well and perimeter drains. They have they can do curved, rounded, half round. They're beautiful. They do them in 2 or 3 days. Listen, you have 72 months to pay with no interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com. 303-904-2000.
Yep.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station. Download the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
I'll be heading north I-25 out of Thornton, just approaching 104th Avenue. We've got a police officer with a car that's partially into the right lane. It is slowing traffic quite a bit. Got to keep to the left there to get around that. Freeways everywhere else, though, are pretty light, including into downtown, to the tech center. Pena coming out of the airport, maybe a little bit of traffic there to contend with. Not really in a delay mode, though. We do have some rock scaling in the foothills, though. I-70 at the bottom of Floyd Hill. They've got the highway closed here 20 minutes at a time. We do have some backups coming out of Idaho Springs eastbound as well as westbound coming down the hill. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Buzz Knight, host of the Taking a Walk podcast. Step with us into the world of music and bring you up-close conversations with new and legendary musicians. For one of the best music interview podcasts, listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
All over.
Hey, the art of granite. I talk about the art of granite because I love the way Mitch does business. First and foremost, he does wholesale on all countertop materials, tear out and haulaways free. And they always have incentives like a free bathroom, free edge treatment. You call to find the latest. And here's the other deal. He gives quotes on the phone. So you can call and get a price. No one else does it. No one. He does granite, quartz, quartzite, marble, any material. Theartofgranite.com. 303-386-5919. 386-5919. Here, let me turn my mic off.
And then the other thing is we're having an open bar. So
Hey, Tom?
I'm like, all right, well,
Yeah?
we'll just. I think it's
One,
easier
they'll
if we
probably
just
put it in storage until they get another
And,
enough other movers to fill up the truck. They probably are putting our stuff in storage. Wait until I have 2 or 3 more contracts, so they have a full truck before they leave New Jersey.
No, I know they do that often,
little
but
things like that.
yeah, but if
Like-
you don't request it, they
Well,
can't
that's why they're
charge.
giving her the storage.
How can you not have your shit together in a situation
Probably.
like that if that's your freaking job? You know, you're at a country club. I get you're probably 20-something years old. My God.
Out of brief. The best.
Oh.
What do you think of that plane that flipped over, Doc?
What was that?
So what do you think of that plane that flipped over the other
I'm
day?
just reading about that now, about the
Those-
about the engineering on it.
Everybody, I can't believe all those people got out alive.
Yeah.
They are so lucky. And I guess the wing caught on
Okay,
fire,
I
but
might
the
lose
plane
it.
got pushed
Again?
away when it-
She
Well,
just
no, I was
asked
just
me
saying
if
one of the things
we wanted
that
seating.
airline Schaefer is that
Just answer the damn question.
fuel is stored in the wing
You know-
and not in the cabin.
In the
So
belly.
that when the wing tore off and the fire was in the wing and not in the cabin, which is why
I mean, don't-
there were no fatalities.
Yeah, and then the wing broke away,
Right.
and the plane kind of what?
And don't answer it with no, we'd rather stand.
And I guess the seats were made better too, so when they were hanging upside down,
Yeah.
the seats didn't break off.
Where are we having the service?
didn't crack their
Fuck a
heads.
stand? I don't want to
That's
stand.
amazing.
I'm sorry, that's a very stupid question.
People,
And it says, yeah, the seats are designed for up to 16 Gs.
I was driving with somebody the other day who
Yeah, that's a
normally
lot
has
of G-force.
mostly calm demeanor. And somebody did a U-turn.
I think the
As we're
guy-
coming around a
I
corner,
think
we
it's
come
hard,
upon
man.
somebody who's
I
doing
think
like a
the pilot's
4-point turn in a
Well,
small
I think
street.
you just
on
keep
what
trying
the
too
guy-
damn hard.
It depends on
And the
what
guy's
guy
like,
goes as
"What the hell
far
are they doing? What the hell's going on?" It looks like they're turning around.
as-
Oh, right here in the middle of the street? Did you want them on their lawn? Well, they could have done it in a drive. Just, God, relax. The person is turning around. Give them a minute. So people do stupid stuff. Just give them a minute. Do we not cut you a shit mess of slack? Oh, coming back.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. K-Nation Home Solutions. I'm telling you, they have Colorado windows made here in Colorado for Colorado. They're the exclusive dealer, Alpin Windows. Check them out, 303-421-7100. Now, wait, do I have that number right? I always get that mixed up with, no, that's, I guess, don't make any jokes about me. Yeah, it is 421-7100. Ha. But Zero Res
You're doing
Denver,
fine on your own.
Zero Res Denver has 471-5150. So that's why I get those two confused. Anyway, let me get to this moving thing. We're going to have Deputy D call and find out where her stuff is. But I want to tell people in general the bottom line. When you hire a mover, you only hire a mover. Never talk to a broker. How about that? Never. If they don't own trucks and offices around the country or in a region, do not hire them. Period. You usually want them affiliated with a national moving company. The national moving companies are actually good, but they don't all have good agents. So even if they are associated with a national company, it doesn't make them good. I want to bring up one that I think is near perfect. Johnson Moving and Storage. They've been around for years and years and years and years and years. They're a United Van Line agent. That doesn't mean all United Van Line agents are going to be good. It's just that simple. Some companies have more than one company they are agents for. But if you are a moving agent for a national company, you own your own trucks or lease them, that's going to be the way to do it. But don't ever talk to a broker ever. Never, ever. You got to ask enough questions because they lie to you. I'm going to say something else, and I know people are going to get pissed at me. Now, I'm not saying this because I believe, and people are going to accuse me of profiling. I'm not saying this to try to profile. I'm saying this based on my database. If I was to look at all of the moving problems, all of them, where do the vast majority come out of, Mark?
Florida.
Wait, Bo, how did you know? Because you've been around me long enough.
I've been studying these evil moving companies, and I'm working on top tier moving out of Lake Worth, Florida. They ripped this lady off for $6,000, and I can't get
Usually it's South Florida, but it can be anywhere in Florida. I would say 98% of all moving ripoffs start in Florida. Some of them are in New Jersey, some of them are in Nevada, and some of them are in California. But now I'm not saying all the other ones are safe. I'm saying the majority, Florida, and then Jersey, California, Nevada. I don't know after Florida how they rank. Florida's absolutely number one. Now, again, people hate when I say this, but I would say 98% of all the moving ripoffs have been Israeli people who own moving companies in Florida. There. It's a fact. I'm not saying avoid Israeli people. I'm not saying that. I am saying 98% of all of them have been Israeli companies in Florida, or Israeli-owned companies. Now, this was brought out to me, by the way, by one of our deputies who is Jewish and said, I wonder what's going on there. It's not like, I'm not telling you that it's because they're Israeli. I'm telling you they must have their friends and say, hey, you want to get into this business with me, and then it spreads. But I swear to God now that doesn't mean everyone else is safe. But I would, if I was starting out and wanted to avoid moving ripoffs, I would never hire a company out of Florida. Okay? That's my number one, never. Number two, I would never hire a broker ever. When you hire a broker, you do not know who you're doing business with. You don't. You do not know. No brokers, no Florida companies. Number three, You want only a nationally affiliated with a major national company. You want a major affiliated agent who owns or leases their own trucks. Okay? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. If you're looking to find out what your house is going to sell for, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, can tell you based on your neighborhood, the comps, the interest rates, the whole atmosphere. And he takes your house into consideration and will let you know, based on his vast experience, what it will sell for, what you'll net, what you can buy. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, complimentary, 303-920-1622, complimentary evaluation.
Dig up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
I'll be heading north I-25 out of Thornton, just approaching 104th Avenue. We've got a police officer with a car that's partially into the right lane. It is slowing traffic quite a bit. Got to keep to the left there to get around that. Freeways everywhere else, though, are pretty light, including into downtown, to the tech center. Pena coming out of the airport, maybe a little bit of traffic there to contend with. Not really in a delay mode, though. We do have some rock scaling in the foothills, though. I-70 at the bottom of Floyd Hill. They've got the highway closed here 20 minutes at a time. Do have some backups coming out of Idaho Springs eastbound as well as westbound coming down the hill. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of the LA wildfires and uncover who's to blame. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show for America First patriots.
When you're in trouble and been charged with a crime or a DUI, don't ever shop for an attorney while you're under pressure and get talked into a big retainer. Here's what happens. Many times you have no idea what they're like. I've done the shopping for you. Joe Lazzara is a great guy. Joseph A. Lazzara, Lazzara. Lazzara, Lazzaralegal.com. Flat rate pricing, but free initial consultations. You can also find him at referralist.com. That's Joseph A. Lazzara, 303-429-6200. If you want a pre-buy inspection on a used car, SheridanAutotech.com. Kevin and his team do pre-buy inspections. I think they're like, I don't know, like $120 or something. They spend a lot of time in this car. Now, if you just need maintenance or repairs, including electrical, SheridanAutotech.com. Colfax, West of Wadsworth, 303-455-7242, 455-7242. Red Rocks Roof and Solar are solar people you can trust in an industry that's pretty shady. But they do it all, not just sales, but installation and service. Even if they didn't install it, call them if you need help. And when they install it, they help you with tax credits. They help you with activating. They help you with any service you need. That's why I like Red Rocks Roof and Solar, redrocksrs.com. They can even help commercial businesses get systems paid 100% if you qualify. 303-704-2449, 704-2449.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now,
you know, Monty, you're
I've
a
got
freaking
an idea
nut.
that may. Who is? Monty?
Not good, Kelly.
Oh, he likes nuts.
Was he in hospice? Really? Oh.
With a tremendous, whether it's ultraviolet or just very powerful light. And I think you said that hasn't been checked, but you're going to test it. And then I said, supposing you brought the light inside the body, which you can do either through the skin or in some other way. And I think you said you're going to test that too. Sounds interesting. Right, and then I see the disinfectant, where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you see it gets on the lungs and it does a tremendous number of the lungs. So it'd be interesting to check that. So that you're going to have to use medical doctors with. But it sounds interesting to me. So we'll see. But the whole concept of the light, the way it kills it in 1 minute, That's pretty powerful.
He just said some kind of disinfectant that can be injected. He never said go put bleach in your fucking veins. He never said
And are
anything.
you missing the part where he said light? You heard the part where he said light like 18 times, right? Light.
Well, so what's
light,
wrong with that?
Injected.
That's
That's what I'm saying. He's talking about injecting. Is the light?
He didn't say injecting light. He said you can
he
get
said
light
the
inside the
disinfect-
body. He meant through probing. And by the way, that is being done. And also, what he said was, and then there's a disinfectant that can kill viruses within a minute. He says, so why can't
He
we
didn't say,
figure
and
out
then
some
he
way
said
to
the
inject a
disinfecting
disinfectant?
power of
You know
it.
what, Shannon? You just want to hear what you want to hear. He never said to drink bleach or to inject bleach.
That's exactly what I said. What did you hear? What the fuck do you normally hear when you're listening to somebody besides the fucking noise in your head?
Hey, that's what I hear.
Jesus criminy.
Hey.
I like you, but
I
let's
resent
wrap
you.
it up.
In the OR.
I totally resent
Exit.
you.
Exit. Stage right even. But I digress. Hey, I got a great idea for these movers. You know, we could kind of trick them into moving stuff. What if we take advantage of all the human traffickers and we say, I need you to ship 10 kids to upstate New York. Now, the deal is, the catch is, you need to also take my grandmother's furniture. And see, now we could arrest them when they finally get to the destination with the kids and the furniture. At least the furniture would get there. I know it's a bait and switch, but I think it would work. I digress. Here we come.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 703-255. Jay has a comment on movers. Go ahead, Jay. What's going on?
Good morning, Tom. Here's a cool idea, I think. Why not put a GPS tracker in your stuff?
And what would that do? I mean, how would that help?
Well, they always say we don't know where it is. You could say it's on I-25 at Fort Collins Exit 4.
I guess you could.
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
drive up
I
there
guess
with,
you could, right? I mean, the reason most of the time
Yeah.
they say we don't know where it is because once they hook you up, they usually move. They don't have anything to do with your move. This particular case sounds a little different to me. She's talking to the same contact she talked to from the beginning, and they don't even want a lot of money. So I don't get it. But in general, Jay,
You know how many times
go ahead.
I've heard on this show so many times, my stuff's missing. Nobody knows where it is.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You know,
cool.
trackers are being used for all kinds of stuff now. I mean, really. I mean, it really is. I mean,
think it'd be,
there are places that people are using it on luggage, by the way, all over the place. People use it on their tools.
Should.
Now, how small can you get them in reality? Don't they have to be powered?
Oh, about the size of a quarter.
Do they have to be
they make
powered? I
battery
think they have to be
powered ones, I know.
powered, right, D?
Tom, a few months ago, I bought one, and it's one of the big brands that you can buy.
But is it
anywhere.
powered?
It's got a built-in, non-replaceable battery. It's about the size of a quarter, maybe even a little smaller, and it's supposed to run for a couple of years.
That's because it only gets activated when scanned, right? No, it doesn't.
It's
No,
not a
feeds-
GPS scanner, however. What
How the hell does that
these
work?
are- so it's constantly on, but it accesses cellular phones that are in the vicinity of its range, that are within range. And those cellular phones report the position of this little tracker to the company that sold me the tracker. And I can go and pull up a map and see where my tracker is located. Now, it only works because people like me installed that software on their phone. And I gave it permission to also transmit information
Well, you know,
to other trackers.
Just so you know,
it's like crowdsourcing.
Just so you know, when you have a modem for cable,
Yeah.
or for service,
Yeah. Other
you give in those terms and conditions, you give permission that people can tap in, not to your network at home, but to that modem to relay a signal to the next modem.
Yep.
So when you have Xfinity modems all over the city, they create a network for Xfinity. In fact, that's how their cell phones used to work. I don't know if they still do, but they would work off of people's modems, the modems are used to relate signals.
Yeah, that's how these cheap little trackers work. And I think it was only like $20 or $30.
Hey, Jay.
Yeah.
I hesitate to bring this up because I like you, and I shouldn't do this at the end of an hour because I don't want to get the whole show off track. But you got to stop with these chemtrails, bro. If you truly believe that there's some giant conspiracy to seed the clouds.
Huh?
You do believe that, don't you?
You're talking to the wrong fellow, mister.
You do believe it?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't?
Never in my life thought about it much, no.
Well, aren't you the one that sent me the pictures? Aren't you JR from the road?
No.
I'm sorry,
No,
Jay.
no.
I got
This
the
is
wrong
Jay that always
Jay.
answers
Sorry.
your mechanical questions.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
All right, brother.
We got more coming up. Well, we're not out of time yet, but I'm sorry. I mistook you. You're Jay, the car guy, right? The car expert?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
right.
Thank you. And then I have JR from the road, who, okay, I'm just going to say it. He's a great guy. He's a smart guy. But when it comes to that, he's a nut guy. He's a nut guy. Another nut guy is Monty. Monty says I'm an idiot. Monty doesn't agree with me. Monty thinks that Trump can do no right no matter what he does, and that Biden was the best president we ever had, and America was on the right track, and that everything that Trump stands for is wrong. That's him in a nutshell. Yep, it's him in a nutshell. And boy, boy does he not like Mark. I mean, he compares Mark to like the lowest of the lows when it comes to the intelligence scale and the political scale. But we've had that happen before. 303-713-TALK is our number, 713-255. Give us a hint of your follow-up coming up, D, because I hear you have a great follow-up. What is it?
Yeah, this concerns the Waste Connections trash removal problem over at Marianne.
Okay, let's bring out the original problem.
Well, you may recall that yesterday.
And then we'll give the solution after the...
Yeah, Marianne called us, and she lives over there at Hampton Court Condos. And she said that at the beginning of the month, they contracted with Waste Connections to begin service. Waste Connections delivered a large number of dumpsters, but unfortunately, Waste Connections hasn't been picking them up. And it created not only full dumpsters, but giant piles of trash in the dumpster areas. And she called us in hopes of...
Yeah, they were supposed to. They had switched trash companies.
Yeah, they switched trash companies.
And they put the bins up, but they never came and collected them.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we'll talk about that coming up. I'm Troubleshooter Tom Martino. More on the Troubleshooter Show.
Don't say moron, the Troubleshooter Show.
Well, I love my morons.
Moron, the Troubleshooter. All right, well, that was fun. That was exhilarating. Enlightening. What are they calling where they're trying to clean up the city now? A vibrant Denver?
What do they?
You know what?
No.
He's an idiot.
It's
Mike,
not
our mayor is an idiot.
There could be trouble there.
He's an idiot.
He definitely was. He was definitely hoping for that homeless tax increase thing. You know, the affordable housing tax increase.
He's a moron. No, I'm sorry, morons. I don't want to insult my morons.
Oh, that's funny, Tom.
He's a jerk. He is the most ignorant. I mean, how did he ever get elected, Johnson? What an idiot.
When is he up for re-election, Tom?
Oh, shit, he was just elected when? Last year?
Yep. Well,
the guy
he
is
certainly
a moron.
hasn't. All right. He and I get along. He's my buddy. I love the Johnston.
Mark's been curiously quiet.
Well, that's because he's listening to Joe Chiano.
Oh.
So it's like you working on OSB. Neither one of you are paying attention to today's show.
Although I can confirm that our catering manager that's working on this reception for my dad is a freaking idiot.
Well, who's the idiot? Your dad doesn't need a reception.
Ooh.
Well, yes he does. Shut up.
Is he gonna be there?
Well, sort of.
There's a picture. There's a video slideshow.
I know I started it, but we are evil.
Oh, totally. We're standing at the gates of hell going, yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, all right, fine.
Can I have the biggest pitchfork in my ass? That is a funny part of
What's the little Nicky?
Yes.
Where he picks the pineapple?
No. It's messed up. But certainly our fate. Well, when people do tell me I'm going to hell, I'm like, hey, I sold Hondas in the 80s, and there is nothing I can do now that would match that. Oh, people were crying filling out the paperwork. Here's my home. Almost done. Part of the test drive, if they live nearby, was to go to their house and look at the car through the front window.
No, the only reason, Dragon, I'm saying this, and this is my complaint, and I'm trying not to be a bitch, but the catering manager.
Right, yeah.
I emailed her this morning and I
Right.
said we are up to 65 people. And her email back to me is, does that mean you want the room for 50 and above?
Okay, that one's rough. That's rough.
Now, wouldn't that make sense if you have 65 people coming to a reception that you would want a room that...
Maybe she's thinking degrees. 50 degrees, you know, temperature.
Oh, and then she followed it up with, will you want seating?
See, now that one, I say cut him some slack, because who knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe you're some
Yeah.
sort of
Do you need
cultist
seating
fan.
for 60? No.
Not all at the same time.
No, it's going to be low cabs and some high
You want
cabs.
to try a new
mixed up,
cracker,
you know,
Doc?
it's a reception, so-
You want to try a new cracker?
there will be some people standing,
My
but yes,
daughter's
we are
bringing
gonna
these.
need
They're supposed to be
people- I
pretty
mean-
good.
Let's see what they are.
My dad, who's 83, there's going to be people there that are over 80.
Give me a
They're gonna
report.
need to sit.
Lots
Oh,
of
it's
applesauce
like
and
a,
tomatoes.
I don't know what. She says
No,
the
oh, that was another question.
Well,
Another whole
I'll
factor.
skip it.
So,
Okay.
I don't want millet.
so they have a,
quinoa.
we got the
Does it
big
sound
one
too
menus.
healthy
They
for
have
you?
Yeah,
a
it just doesn't sound good.
minimum.
All right. I'm out of
You
those.
have to
I'll tell her to
select
bring
3.
some more of those coconut ones.
So I'm like, all right, well, there's 5 selections. So my mom was like, let's just get all 5. And I'm like, okay,
Dimitri
that's
probably
easy.
this one.
We can do that. So I send it back to her and I said, okay, we'll take all of the appetizer options to serve at the reception. And she came back and she goes, I don't understand. What do you mean by all?
Got 9 cards.
You don't want 3? And I said, no, we want all 5 of the options
I couldn't
to
hear
be
what you said.
served if
airspace is
we could
changing
do that. And she goes, oh, okay.
temporarily?
Yes, we can accommodate that, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like,
You like the coconut ones or the cranberry ones?
Both the same. Both really good.
Whatever she can lift out of there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, this has got to be, and she's got, I mean, I'm sure she's like 20 something because she's got one of these like high pitched voices and
Kind of upspeak, swallows the last.
yeah, and typical California. Of course, yes. You know, she's got the extended S's on her speech.
She's helpful. So will you be
She's
coming down the
something.
405 and then turn right on?
It's actually not off the 405; it's off of the 605.
There we go. That's my favorite thing about LA people is the exact
Uh-huh.
directions.
Down,
Nobody's
down,
there.
down.
Well, you know, the other thing about LA that nobody knows about, well, there's two things. One, everything you can get to anywhere in LA with any freeway. Secondly, everything in LA takes 20 minutes. That's the joke. Now you can't because it's always completely traffic ridden.
Am I the only one? Or is her voice like...
That's the joke.
It's different.
Green. That's green. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind anywhere. I say it every day and I mean it, where we solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. And today is no exception. If we can help you, we will. Deputy D has proof of that. So, this woman's in a condo and dozens of condos around her. They switch. Here's a little short story. They switch trash service. The new trash service delivers containers, but nothing's been picked up for weeks. So, without further ado, let's figure out what's going on. D.
Well, Tom, so I had a really great conversation with a gentleman here locally. He's the manager of the Denver facility, and I was referred to him by their headquarters out in Texas. And his name is Pat, and he's a super great guy. He's enthusiastic.
Good.
He's knowledgeable. He's a stand-up dude, and he stands for no baloney. And he's got the juice over there at Waste Management. So after I spoke with him, here's what he did. So first of all, he sent a truck out to pick up the dumpsters. They got dumped, but that didn't immediately and instantly resolve the issue of all these other trash bags piled up all over the place, right? Because the consumers ran out of dumpster space. So I spoke with Pat a couple of times again today. This morning, he sent a crew over there to shovel all the leftover garbage from the ground into the dumpsters. And then he sent another garbage truck over there to dump the dumpsters again.
I love this.
So, you know, Waste Connections, man, they really stepped up. I've known of them for a long time. They're actually a great company. And, you know, like anybody, they had some kind of a glitch in their system. Their system didn't know that the dumpsters needed to start getting picked up. But it's not the mistakes you make. It's 90% of it is how you handle them. And he handled it great, man. I mean, Pat is just a wonderful resource for us and for Waste Connections. And, man, he deserves a bonus, a private parking spot, and a promotion as far as I can.
But now, how did the consumer report she was happy?
Well, she had to go to work this morning, so I just sent her a message, said, hey.
So are they there now doing all of this?
They may have already done. I mean, here we are. It's noon, right? And this was this morning. I mean, garbage companies start work very early. So if I remember right, he's dispatched a crew out there probably around 9 o'clock or so. And there are either 4 or 8 dumpster enclosures around this pretty large condo complex. They're going to clean up all of them. They're not charging for the cleanup, of course, because it's their fault. They're not charging for the extra lift because that's also their fault. And Pat at Waste Connections did verify that, hey, the computer has been programmed correctly now. They're going to get their pickups as requested.
Now, I mean, hold on. Guess what I get to use?
Oh, no.
Guess what I get to play with? Come on. Are you there, Shannon? You want to hear it? Ready? I finally got it working. Mark, do you remember?
It's dragging.
Careful, you'll go blind.
It's dragging.
Oh, it's I thought. Now, somebody told us we were going to have Shannon all the time, which did not make me particularly happy. But what happened? Well, I thought he goes.
That was court ordered, but it's since been rescinded.
Oh, so now it changed again?
Now it's dragging all the time.
No, it isn't. We would never be blessed like that. Hey.
24/7, baby.
Hey, Dragon. I thought you were going over to Fox at these times. But now you're here.
Who told you that?
Somebody said we're going to have Shannon from now on from 10 to 2. So what's the deal? Are we always going to have you noon to 2? We don't know.
It should be all is normal. I don't know what's going on.
Well, then they were lying to me. They were trumping me.
I blame Kelly.
No, Dragon was just ill last week.
Oh.
So Shannon was filling in.
Okay. Any chance Kachina's going to Fox? I'm just kidding. 303-713-TALK.
I am not. Thank you very much.
So listen, I'm getting a newsletter here from my athletic club, and I'm trying to figure out what it means and why I'm getting it. Actually, they said they wrote to everyone. But here's what I want to know, basically. Why they didn't address the main issue. Not the main issue. I'm so anyway, this is Lifetime. I'm just going to say it like it is. I love Lifetime. It's a great run facility, and they have locations all over. No, I don't get it free for mentioning it, but it says we're committed to providing exceptional environments, programs, blah blah blah. With this in mind, we wanted to transparency to share these items and reinforce these things. Apparently, they must be having trouble because they want to reinforce these things. Here's what you can't do. Disrespectful remarks toward other members of the staff or disregarding personal space boundaries. What does that mean? Unauthorized use of club technology. What does that mean? I have no reserve for staff. Taking photos or videos with other members in the background. They should not be seen. Not presenting a valid membership card upon entering. Poor sportsmanship, like arguing or displays of inappropriate behavior, language during pickleball. Occupying fitness equipment. Oh my God, they did address it. I didn't see it until now. Occupying fitness equipment while not actively exercising, including extended phone use between sets. Thank you, Jesus. I was waiting for that. I can't tell you how that pisses me off. These guys are on the fitness. Oh, ha, ha, ha. They're chuckling and they have their ear pods in. They're listening to somebody or they're watching a video or TikTok or they're texting someone. And I'm sitting there waiting 6 minutes. I finally went up to the dude and said, listen, while you're on your cell phone, what do you say you sit on the bench and I can work out here? Excuse me, I have one more set. And I said, then get to it. I mean, I'm serious. I'm just tired of it. It's total inconsideration. I did not see that one. They should have put that first and red copy. Okay, not cleaning or replacing equipment following its use, like re-racking weights and all that. Dropping or slamming weights. Another one is big workout bags on the floor of the gym. You bring them to the locker room, right? Junior members under 12 not supervised. Lap pool lanes being occupied, but people aren't swimming. What are they doing anyway? Entering a class without advanced registration. Wearing outside shoes in sauna, steam, and massage places. Not wearing shoes or a shirt outside of the locker room. So when you're outside that locker room, you got to be covered up. They don't want you walking around shirtless. These guys who think, hey, man, I got
Yeah, but how could you play skins and shorts basketball, Tom?
Well, they don't do it. They're not allowed. You're not allowed to just take your shirt off at the gym unless you're out at the pool.
Know, but
and God forbid you would ever do it. Using chalk on the fitness floor. Now, the only time they use chalk is when these old farts, pass out from working out and they know they're not going to get up. They use the chalk.
As a body outline? Like
the body outline, right? No, smoking or vaping. Well, I never saw that. Unauthorized parking in reserved spaces. Now, inside the locker room, not wearing appropriate attire, walking around exposed, scratching balls. No, it doesn't say that, but that's what they mean. Bending over within 4 inches of someone's face. I've had that happen. It's like, come on, man. What are you kidding me?
But 4.5 inches is any better?
Tampering with sensors. What? On what? Placing towels on sensors, pouring liquid over hot coals, drying personal clothes in the sauna or steam room.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine using that to dry clothes?
No washing underwear.
Bathing in the sauna, steam, or hot tubs. Ew.
Gross.
Using the family locker room when not with junior members. Oh, I know someone guilty of that. They want to have that private shower and all the private everything. Bringing glass onto the pool deck. That could be dangerous. Not placing towels in the collection bins when you're done with them. Engaging in loud, disruptive behavior. This would be Mark.
Hey, I resemble that.
Yeah, see? And misuse of massage chairs. What does that mean? Ooh, wait a minute.
What?
Oh.
Okay, let's hear your theory on this one.
I don't know. I have a dirty mind. Misuse of massage chairs. That's not me doing those sound effects. That's Dirty Dragon. Anyway, not allowing children under 12 in the whirlpools. Okay. I love this. I love it. Thank you for addressing these issues. I absolutely love it. I'm just going to...
I think the 4-inch boundary needs to be expanded.
What 4-inch boundary?
Well, there's no bending over within 4 inches of someone else's
I made that up.
Oh.
Oh, my God, I made that up.
Oh, you made it up and you only went with 4 inches?
Yeah, I made it up.
40 inches at minimum.
I made it up. Anyway, whatever on your mind, we want to help you. And we got a text here regarding movers. Tom, I got into that. They said the move was going to be $3,000. I put $1,000 down. When the guy came to pick it up, he said they misquoted, and they knew I needed to get out of there that day. So they said they need another $1,000 right then. Okay, so now that's $2,000 he paid. The whole move was supposed to be $3,000, but they said the move was going to be more. But he thought he paid the extra, or she, I don't know if it's he or she, by paying that extra $1,000. Then when they got to the location, the one delivering it says it's going to be $8,000. It weighed more than expected. So she paid $2,000 so far. She has to pay $8,000 to get her stuff. That's $10,000. We got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-8255.
The check is good, the experience is smooth, and the reviews online are wonderful at GiveMeTheVin.com. They don't call us America's best car buyer for nothing.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hey, VesteraTurnkey.com. That is MyBiggestReturn.com. At Vestera, Barry Miller and his team research markets where there's great appreciation, healthy rents, and good resales. He helps you buy a rental home where you become the landlord and then you sell it. He counsels you when to buy and when to sell and has a management company in between. You can make 30 to 80% returns. He's been doing it for 8 years. MyBiggestReturn.com. I want you to call him Vestera Turnkey. They're great people. 303-888-3788. Hey, Red Rocks Roof and Solar. RedRocksRS.com. I love this company because finally it's a solar company that does it all. They don't just knock at the door and sell it and leave. They also do the installation. The same people, the same company, then they also do the follow-up and the services. And they know about tax credits. They know about grants if you're a commercial biz and you want to get it paid for. They know all of this, and I want you to call them. RedRocksRS.com, 303-704-2449, 704-2449. The art of granite.com. They really should be called the art of countertops.com because they do all countertops. Granite, quartz, quartzite. They do marble, limestone, I think. Is there such thing? Anyway, man-made or natural stone. They do it all. Really, they do it. They charge fabrication and of course, installation, right? But all of the materials are wholesale. Tear out and haul away is always free. Theartofgranite.com. Get your price on the phone right now. I love Mitch and his team. You will too. 303-386-5919. 386-5919.
in this row. And I'm like, what
Okay,
in the
art of
hell
granite.
is wrong with people?
Oh, I want to know
It's
what
a
these
spa.
different stones are. I always get
dare you.
confused.
I
It's
could not
quartz.
believe that I got dinged by two different women, and then it made me like be more rebellious. And I'm like, then I'm going to stand here naked for like the next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Because it really bothers you.
Quartz. Natural quartz is occurring. It's a mineral. Engineered quartz.
I just couldn't believe
Okay.
it.
Is,
And
what is I worked out yesterday. I
Okay.
don't have to work out today. How do you like
Just
my
the
new
nudist
equipment?
part.
I love it.
Do you see that ab machine? That
No, I just don't
that's
care.
a core machine.
I mean,
not
it's
just that, 'cause
women's
it turns and twists.
locker
so you
room.
can do your front, your sides. Oh my God.
so, you know,
Obliques,
I
they're
tell,
really-
because
so really
Adam and I
good.
went
Where'd you
to
get that?
lunch after in the little
Fitness gallery.
Oh, they're one of my
restaurant thing they have there.
I love that.
I send trucks over
And
there. Pick
so
up cardboard.
I told him, and he was like,
You know Donnie?
well, it's a women's locker room. What do they
My
expect?
contact is the operations manager. I don't know.
I go, I don't know. Like,
Donnie's the owner.
Oh, no, I don't.
when
know.
you guys go
the couch
to
looks great
a
in the grill
sauna,
room.
you guys don't
you're
sit
kidding.
there in, I mean,
That couch?
maybe some people do in
Awesome.
towels, but usually you're in the buff.
Down places for a shit rather than getting rid of it.
I don't understand.
You'll come in handy one day.
Yeah, they
And I would have been in the sauna, but the sauna was broken.
I love this. So this
So
didn't,
I didn't have
adequately.
that
They
on.
have a little bit of a crunch here, but not good.
So I
This
probably
one
would have
is
gotten
good, but
complaints
it's
there, too.
really hard. That one you can adjust and sit up. So between them though, they're good alterations. And I love my power plate. I love it. I just, you know, see that where there's empty hole is? I have that panel. I fixed it.
What's power plate? What is power plate?
The vibrating plate rig. I exercise equipment.
I don't understand what you mean by vibrating plate. Are you talking about the walking machine over there, or whatever that is?
The stand-up thing.
Yeah,
That's a
called power plate?
vibrating plate. That whole bottom vibrates. Do you know what that's good for? Fast twitch and small twitch muscles.
Oh, okay.
It keeps them engaged.
Oh, gotcha. Kimberly has a machine for that, with these electrodes on you, and it cycles your muscles thousands and thousands of times. I've used it. It actually works.
Huh.
I forgot what it's
Does it take the place of exercise?
Yeah. And she gets people like with abs and stuff.
Where'd you get a machine like that?
I don't know. It cost, I think, over $300,000, but she has it in her office. I forgot what it's called.
And what is she-
M-Sculpt. It's called M-Sculpt.
Does she charge for sessions?
Yeah. I think it's called M-Sculpt machine. Yeah, and she says it's very successful, with both results and customer demand. M-Sculpt. That's the machine I think. Like her parents got great results out of it. It's both for definition and strength development in those particular muscle groups.
You've actually seen results. What is it called? What is it called? M-Sculpt?
Yeah, M-Sculpt machine. I haven't seen the results, but I felt them. I can't see my abs because I still have about 20 pounds of additional fat.
M-Sculpt. $3,800.
No, hers is like over 300,000.
Well, they have. All right, well, this one looks.
It's not the one on Amazon.
No, these are M-Sculpt machines. Commercial M-Sculpt. E-M-S-C-U. M-Sculpt. Well, I mean, maybe it could be that one. Non-invasive body sculpting. It's FDA cleared for use on abdomen. What else?
10 seconds, guys.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I have a text here about trash containers in general. When they put a trash container at a condo and it has a cover on it, does that cover, I don't know why people are asking this, does it have to stay closed? Because ours ends up overflowing all the time. I mean, I don't think there's a real rule, is there, Dimitri? I mean, on that? I mean, by logic, you would think the cover's there to be covered, right? I mean,
Yeah, if he's talking about the hinged lid on a
yeah.
you should keep it covered. It's there for two reasons. One is it will keep the wind from blowing your garbage all over the property, and it also helps keep animals from getting into your garbage and dragging it out of the dumpsters.
All right, but I mean, I mean, if you're going to complain about this person, I don't know if it's he or she, but if you're going to complain about this,
and if the dumpster is overflowing, that just means you didn't order enough service frequency.
is there a frequency you can order that's just when it needs it? Is there such a thing?
Yeah, it's not practical, though. It's extremely expensive. So a typical dumpster pre-scheduled might run you $30, $40, $50 per dump, but on-call service will run you well over $100.
Hey, Mark, I never asked this. What do you do for trash service out there?
We've gone through 3 different ones. The current one we have is really good.
But do you have a dumpster?
No. We have 2 50-gallon or whatever you call it.
Oh, so they actually
one of the companies I sued.
actually do curb service out there.
Yeah, so we got curb, but interestingly enough, I sued our trash company from, my God, 2 or 3 years ago, and part of the lawsuit, I wanted to keep their trash cans. So I don't even pay for the trash cans. I use the old companies because they gave them to me to settle the lawsuit.
Oh, my God. Now,
I know, it's crazy.
I used to have in Franktown, I used to have a dumpster, and they would come and just do the dumpster, and we would put everything in the dumpster down near the barn.
That sounds like that would be a pain in the ass, honestly.
Well, it's kind of, but we had so much trash compared to a normal household at the time. But that's what we would do. So I would throw it in the pickup, run down and dump it into the dumpster, and then the dumpster would be dumped. I don't know. I think it was so big, it was once a month, maybe once every 3 weeks, whatever.
Yeah, that's really common in rural areas, kind of like that Sedalia, Franktown, Elizabeth area. You'll see a lot of people have dumpsters on their residential properties.
Yeah, and you hide them. We hid it behind the barn, and it was, it's really a cool way to do it. And it wasn't that expensive, actually, at all. Now, what Mark said is true. It's a little more of a pain in the ass because you're putting stuff in the pickup and then running it down to the barn, which is like 1,000-foot runway or something. 303-713-8255. And we have someone who said they don't want to go on the air, but they do want to know about this. They want to know, it's normal. When you do a new furnace, do they have to punch in that I had an old furnace and putting in a new one, and they said they had to punch a hole in the side, put a flue in for fresh air intake. Now I have an open flue to my furnace room, and it's cold. Yeah, they do have to do that. If you go to a certain efficiency and you're upgrading, you have to have fresh air. So in a furnace, it's fresh air return. Not return. Fresh air, combustion air. So it's what your furnace uses to breathe, rather than taking from the inside of the house. Now the thing is, they want you to have fresh air coming in. And that fresh air usually comes in, goes down, and sits at the side of the bottom of your furnace. Okay? Now, then you also need, and I think everyone knows this, adequate return air. One of the biggest faults in home HVAC systems, the one that cuts down efficiency the most, is not enough return air. You have a lot of ducts feeding out, but think about this. If you have a lot of ductwork and a lot of registers feeding out into the home, if you don't have a balanced return air system, your system is being choked down. The same as if it had a lot of return air, but not a lot of vents or registers, or ductwork. So think about your furnace as a breathing machine. It takes outside air and it turns it into, and that's what's used to make the fire, the flame, and to combust. Then that's fed out the flue. So that's a closed system. You take outside air and it goes out the flue. Okay? That has nothing to do with the heated air in your house. Now, the heated air in your house goes out through the ductwork into your home and back through the return, like a big circle, right? But if that circle is choked at any point, it cuts down the efficiency of your furnace, can be up to 50%. There was a company years ago that promised to increase the efficiency of most furnaces, and they charged a flat rate, and they said they'll do an estimate first they'll do an examination to see if you need their service. And what they were simply doing, and they were amazingly popular, they were simply going out to homes to see if they had enough return air. And that alone helped sometimes 50% more efficiency or more effectiveness. Not necessarily efficiency, but effectiveness in getting all of that return air where it should be. So that is a pretty cool thing, is checking that you have complete circulation. Sometimes you don't even need a new furnace. And you're wondering, why are the registers not pushing out enough? Well, if you have an airtight house or close to airtight and you don't have enough return air, you are going to get choked down with air movement being thwarted. I'm Tom Martino. We got more coming up. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's talk station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Yeah, we do have one crash causing delays. It's the ramp coming off I-25 to westbound 6th Avenue. Just before you make the merge there onto 6th heading west out towards Lakewood. It is jammed back past I-25. Pretty heavy duty. I-25 certainly affected also on the ramps trying to make the merge in there. That's really the only delay. Inbound Turnpike coming into I-25 has been a little slow. Penn is running just a little bit heavy coming out of the airport. No real big delay there. All the other freeways are pretty much wide open. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of the greatest fighter pilot in American history, Dick Bond. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
As you move into retirement, many people look for more guaranteed products where you won't lose what you've gained and you won't lose your principal. And that's true 99.9999999% of the time. In fact, the government allows you to call it guaranteed because it is guaranteed by 125-year-old insurance companies. It's a fixed indexed annuity. And you can buy one of these with lump sum money from your IRA or 401k or maybe an orphan 401k and then turn it into income either instantly or let it sit for a while and gain even more income later on. Call Joe Ciano to find out more about fixed indexed annuities and secured guaranteed retirement income. And that's 303-779-6600. And that's 779-6600.
Hey, Broncos.
Thanks for calling Troubleshooter Show. Please hold a moment.
Tired of making the same weight loss resolutions every year? It's time to break the cycle. Get started with Mochi Health. Meet one-on-one with a board-certified obesity medicine doctor from the comfort of your own home and see if the GLP-1 medication is right for you. If so, we'll have it delivered straight to your door. I knew that I wasn't in good health. Then one day I went to get my blood work done, and the results were not good. I was potentially going to take time away from my children. With Mochi Health, I've lost 60 pounds. I'm just really happy that my kids get to grow up with a mom who can do things with them. Start with our free quiz at joinmochi.com. That's joinmochi.com. Take our free quiz today and use the code 2025radio to get $40 off your first month. Begin your journey with Mochi Health at joinmochi.com. That's joinmochi.com. Your patients were compensated to share their experiences with
Man, watch out for this one. The Sculpt machine that's like a complete knockoff, and it's $1,700, $1,764, and it says, here's the one part of this whole thing: body sculpting, reduces fat, increases muscle, blah blah blah, gives the percentages and all that. When they say FDA cleared, do you know what that means? That's different than FDA approved. FDA approved for a particular purpose is strong. That means you have to have some clinical evidence, right? FDA cleared usually means GRAS, G-R-A-S.
Not going to kill you.
It's
Generally
recognized as safe. How do you know that, by the way?
Oh, well, I studied like all the, the devil shot that
Okay.
they were giving us during the panic, and that's where I came across.
During the what?
The Fauci virus.
Oh, so anyway, but this thing, here's the biggest part. Be the first to review it. In other words, there's no reviews. I'm sure, though, they make some that'll work cheaper. I'm sure they will.
The reason that machine, the biggest reason the machine proved itself to me is after the abdominal session, I felt sore.
No, I know. No, I get it.
Yeah.
I've heard of some of them.
Yeah, same sort of
that really work.
Many sit-ups. So next time you're there, maybe you can get one session on it.
How much do you charge?
I really don't. I never know pricing of it. I'll ask her tonight. I'll be there for dinner tonight, so I'll ask her.
Because a lot of people really, really, really think it's a scam.
630 KHOW.
General the stimulation, passive exercise it's called. Hey, Tom Martino here. Jerry, what's going on with your son's employer? Hi, Jerry.
Well, he's harassing, he's bullying, he's not following his contract at all. His breach of contract.
All right, let's talk about it. How long has your son been working there?
How long has he been working for? A couple of years at least.
And what does he do?
Longer than that.
What kind of job is it?
He is an armed security guard.
Okay. And you said that his employer is doing things wrong. List them for me.
Well, one thing, his contract is for Colorado Springs, and he's licensed for Colorado Springs. He keeps sending him to Denver to work in Denver sites. He is not licensed in Denver. His contract says he's going to be strictly in Colorado
When you
Springs.
say his contract, Jerry, do you mean your son's contract with his employer or the employer's contract with the client?
Yes. No, it's Stephen's contract with the owner of the business.
Okay. And so why doesn't Stephen quit?
Well,
I'm not saying that's the only solution. I'm just asking, why doesn't he look for a better job somewhere?
Okay. He has, and when he does, then this boss comes along and blackballs him and tells these people craziness, and then so he loses the opportunity.
Really? Like
and
what does the
does
whoa, that's against the rules. Jerry, does your son have evidence
Absolutely.
that he's been blackballed?
Yes. He says if he needed to, he could end up in court with him with the information that he's been keeping. When somebody offers him a job, then he goes ahead and then they'll come back and say, oh, well, we've talked to your previous employer, and he's telling us this, this, and this, so we can't hire you.
Oh,
So
wow. That's wrong.
This man is very vindictive.
That is not
Absolutely
good.
it is.
So your son's been there
and
2
so-
years, right?
At least.
What
I
did he
can't
do
remember
before? What
exactly
did he do
how
before
long.
that, Jerry?
He was working, armed security guard for a different company.
Okay.
That is no longer in business.
I'm curious.
So,
Has your son ever thought
when
about
he
going
first
into the
went-
police? Has your son ever thought about going into the police academy?
He has, but they need a college, and he hasn't been to college. He hasn't. He's
Okay.
just got a high school diploma.
I didn't realize a college education was a
okay.
prerequisite for the police academy.
That's
Yeah,
not true,
it is.
caller. Yeah, your son could definitely go to Aurora, and Denver's desperate for police recruits, and you only need a high school education. That's a great career.
Okay, in Aurora,
And
you
Den-
say?
Denver.
Denver.
Oh, okay.
Denver and Aurora. I
And
just
Denver.
looked at their stuff the other day. They're desperate for people to fill their academy, and you only need a high school or a GED.
Hey, and not
I'd
only
get out of
that,
that security.
How old is your son?
He will be 40 in December.
All right, what were you going to say, D?
So not only do most police departments do not require a degree, there are community colleges like what's the big one over there in Santa Fe? Arapahoe. You can actually major. You can actually major in police academy over there. They even have mock-up police cars they drive all over the parking lot and do that kind of stuff. And that's a really good option. If he can't get hired directly, he can fund his own police academy at Arapahoe Community College.
Okay.
But
He's
this
got a
place
little
where
daughter
I understand,
that he's
but
trying to
the
raise
issue
and-
at hand is this, Jerry. I think what you're asking us is there anything he can do about it? Well, if he has an employment contract,
Yes.
if he has an employment contract, I mean, did he ever bring up to the boss, you're violating the contract?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And he
Okay.
says, well, it says what I want it to say. So, in other words, I can change it the way I want it to.
Well, he
to say.
kind of can.
I mean, he has.
But he can't. Let's just be logical, Jerry. Let's say your son sued this guy for breach of contract. Because when you have a contract, there is something called breach of contract when they're not honoring it. What would your son, in order to have any effective lawsuit for a breach, you have to have losses. So I'm just playing a game here, like a logic game here, or a scenario game. What would your son's losses be as a result of this breach? What did your son lose?
Well, I'm not sure exactly how to answer that. He would be able to get a decent job somewhere else.
Well, hold
for
on.
one.
Wait. Jerry, hold on. You bring up a good point. So what you're saying is this. If he wasn't employed here, he'd be able to get a better job somewhere else. So are you saying he would have to sue him in order to find a better job somewhere else?
Probably so.
Why is that? Tell me, I never heard of a job like that. So you're saying to me, Jerry, that your son Steven cannot go out and find a better job without suing his current employer?
Well, he could, but then he would be blackballed.
Oh, that's the part.
thing.
You're saying, in other words, in order to stop that he would have to leave the guy and threaten to sue him or sue him to keep him from doing false reports. Why is this employer such a jerk?
Well, that's a good question.
Does
When
the
he first
employer
went to
have
work,
other?
I
Does
think
the
he was
employer
nice.
have
He
other
was-
people on the payroll?
Oh yes, there's several officers.
And are they in agreement with your
security
son?
officers. Some are, some aren't, and they're all scared to death of this guy.
Why are they scared?
Well, he thinks he's got powers to do all sorts of things, keep them from finding another job, blackballing them with other companies. He changes schedules mid-shift. He'll call him while he's on work. I've changed your schedule. You're going to work until this, or you need to go over to this other site. And he and threatens him, if you don't, you're fired. And he has him working anywhere from 12 to 18 hours a day.
Tom, I got a way to short circuit this whole problem.
And this all happened.
Jerry, I think there are two things I'd like to tell you. One is, as you already know, your son needs to get out of there. But your son has a much bigger problem that I didn't hear you or anyone else raise during this conversation. If he's working as armed security in Denver without a license in Denver, he's going to get busted with very serious criminal charges. It might even be a felony. So he needs to stop doing that.
Okay.
However, if he has a record...
Okay, just refuse to go.
So the final thing I'll say is I think he has a bargaining chip here with his crummy boss, which is to threaten to go to the Denver city government and turn in his crummy boss.
For what?
For sending unlicensed armed security guards into the city of Denver. And your son can offer his boss this option. If you blackball me again, here's the phone number I'm going to call, and here's the affidavit I'm going to file with the city of Denver. So I better not get another black mark on my record from you. And then he needs to quit and walk out. But God forbid he gets busted in Denver without a license. There goes his law enforcement career. He'll never get into.
Well, that's what I've been concerned about.
So I would use this as a bargaining chip with his boss.
Yeah, he sends him up there every Sunday.
Yeah.
He's up there every Sunday all
If
day.
that was me, I would quit today and send this email to the boss. Definitely, I wouldn't have that conversation in person with a dangerous man, but I would do it either on a recorded phone call or via email and promise to turn him in if there's one more black mark on his reference record.
That's some good advice. But suing is never going to work. It's going to be too expensive. Now, he might have an attorney write a letter saying, as my client tries to find a job, if you blackball him, we're going to sue you for whatever. And that might do it. I don't know how big of a jerk this guy is or whatever. And I'm surprised that the employees all take it. If I was him, I would definitely get another job, though. I would. You're never going to make this guy do the right thing.
Okay. Well,
how much does he make a year?
No, and well, it's about $3,600 a month.
You mean net or gross? Is that after taxes and everything?
That's his check.
Huh?
After taxes, yes. After taxes.
So he makes about 60 grand, probably. 60.
Close, yeah.
65. Okay. What do police officers start at? Do we know?
Tom?
I have no idea.
Jerry?
I don't have any idea.
Jerry, if this is Bo, if your son just goes over and signs up for the Denver Police Academy, just to go to the academy, Denver's paying $33 an hour to go to the academy. Back in the day, you had to donate your own time. Which
now,
is
not only that, but here's the police. The police academy is not going to ask the former employer what they think of him.
I don't think so, because they're desperate for officers.
No, not because they're desperate. Not because they're desperate. They'll do their own background check. They don't care about what somebody says about them.
Okay.
That's what I would do.
Okay, well, he's straight as an arrow. He doesn't smoke. He doesn't drink. He's got
Well,
his little
what
daughter
fun
that
is
he's
he?
taken care of.
He doesn't sound like any fun.
Yeah.
Jerry, that's another reason not to
He is
show
for
up in
her.
Denver with a gun without a license.
Yeah. Hey, listen, Jerry, just really try the police academy. Let us know how it works out. 303-713-8255. Brent, you're up next right after this about capital gains taxes.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Crash just west of downtown. Watch out 6th Avenue westbound at Federal Boulevard, seeing stop and go back from I-25. Otherwise, pretty easy driving throughout the Denver Metro as we start the afternoon. I-25 north and southbound, showing highway speeds through town. I-70 east and westbound, easy driving from DIA to the foothills and back again. Out west, Loveland Pass, both east and westbound roads remain closed between I-70 and Montezuma Road for safety concerns. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of America's pastor, Billy Graham. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Discount Bath. Names you don't normally hear together, but Discount Bath means at discountbath.com. And I'm emphasizing discountbath.com because that's all you need to know to get your estimate for your bathroom. Think about this. You can go right now, get your cell phone, your smartphone, go take a video of your hall room bath and say, hey, I want to move this sink. I want to make a shower here. I want to do this, or I want to take this out. Now, I want to expand this wall. Or you go to a bedroom, say, I want to make this bigger. I want to make this smaller. I want to do this. I want to do that. Go to the basement where there's an unfinished area and that's roughed in. Whatever you want, you do it on the vid, right? Upload it to discountbath.com. They'll give you the link. And then guess what? They give you a price without coming to your home. They're great people. And they really are. Chris and his team do a great job at great prices. Discountbath.com, 720-979-2322. 888heating.com. Hey, if you need a heating job while you're at it, an HVAC system, or if you're doing maybe solar and you want to do a high efficiency heating and cooling system, you can do that as well. And that will help you with the tax credits. You get even more credits with the whole addition. But they specialize in high efficiency and guarantee you the lowest price. That's 303-770-2776. K&H Home Solutions for your outdoors. Everything out there. Siding, windows, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. They have Alpine siding, really cool siding, and windows. They have windows that are made here in Colorado for Colorado. And you will love the way K&H does business because they've been in business for 65 years. K&H Home Solutions, and they started out as khwindows.com. As I said, quality products, energy efficiency, and heritage. 303-421-7100.
Licenses issued by the
I was
state.
wondering what that mechanical cell was.
I just
That's a
went.
good question. I
Oh, yeah,
know
I hate
part
it.
of the answer. I know in Denver, you
My
have
home
to have
office chair does that once in a while.
I guess I hit it with my foot.
But if you have, if the state issue a license for your gun,
To be honest with you, I've been
think
having
for
a little
security
bit
guards
of
for a city. Like
this
if
time
you're a
around.
weapon permit,
My stomach,
good
it's
for
it's
the
like where I
state.
get
But if you're
windows
being hired,
where I'm
you have
hungry
to
and
get the
something
gun
looks good.
permit through the city.
And after that window,
Doesn't make sense to
thinking
me.
back on it,
I get it. I know. It's
or
just a
thinking
good
ahead to
call, but
something.
Well,
it's weird. It
I
comes.
know
to
in
me,
Denver
it
you
goes
have
this.
to have. I know Denver will not recognize.
In fact, I need to take another nausea thing right now. How much time? Oh, never mind. I'll wait till the top of the hour.
like my,
Yeah, you
I
got
just
two.
got a gun, right?
Yeah.
So I have open carry, right, in Colorado.
Yeah, I just.
You're not being paid to carry.
This time
But
was
it
rougher,
doesn't matter
and I'm
if you have a
wondering if
license, you
third's
have a
going to be
license.
rougher, and then fourth's going to be rougher.
Yeah, but you have a concealed weapon permit.
But then I have surgery, so then.
You have a concealed weapon permit, don't you, Doc?
No, I didn't apply for one.
Well, Doc, you can't be carrying it around.
I thought if you have it on the seat.
So M sculpt,
not
EN.
concealed. I mean, it's in my drawer. I don't take it. I don't.
I
Take
know
it.
what you do.
They don't have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you keep it in your house, but you keep it on your seat in your car.
I wonder.
No, I'm just
You
theoretically.
might be able to. Let's
I
see.
thought-
Why are they so hard to find?
Did they? I mean,
Back in the day, they used to let you keep it in the glove box. But now you can't do that.
Well, I know you can't. That's concealed.
Right.
But isn't Colorado?
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom
All
Martino
you
Show.
see are people that offer the sessions. You don't see anybody that offers the machines. You know what I'm saying?
I'm going to ask. That's a good
Oh, wait, M sculpting machine for sale. Unbelievable pricing.
What's your name?
Let's see what it is. All right, how much? How much?
Bill,
Only.
B-I-L-L?
Oh, you got to leave message.
I mean, it's a moot point.
I know.
As an example.
Okay, hang on. Tom
Only
will be with you momentarily. Hold on.
$250,000. Are you crazy? Are you crazy?
A sales tax.
$250,000.
This is what I'm saying. It's an expensive machine.
Yeah, I mean,
Give me a fucking break.
I don't think so. They're pretty anal about it. You got to have that.
Come on.
I think when
If I
that
just
case,
want something at home,
officers would not sign concealed weapon permits, and the legislature made the chiefs. You have
Give
to
me a
sign
break.
concealed weapon permit because it's their right. So the cop said, okay, you have to have a permit, but we don't want them carrying that gun
Yeah,
anywhere.
I don't see any reason for you to have.
no, this is bullshit.
I don't
And
want
you're
you
dealing
don't.
with another country.
You don't carry it. Doc, I have.
Where did Kimberly buy hers?
From the manufacturer.
Do you carry a gun with you?
Oh,
in your
sure.
glove box?
Now, since I
But
have
I don't know
kids, I just don't want the chance of leaving the gun around.
Right.
I mean, when I was in college,
It's extremely expensive.
10 seconds, guys.
Extremely successful.
Now set Denver's talk station as a preset
Awesome. Doing it now.
on the free iHeartRadio app.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Brent has a question on capital gains. Go ahead, Brent. What's going on?
Yeah, hi Tom.
Hey.
I just sold a house, and can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I just sold a house, and I'm not going to be putting the money from the house into another property for a couple of years, and I'm just kind of curious.
How much did you hold
the
on?
capital
If
gains.
you take your basis, that's the price of the house you paid, and any permanent improvements, what does it add up to your basis?
So does it, because I had an all-in-one loan on the house also. Which
It
I bought
doesn't
the
matter what the
property on.
loan
Does
is.
that
I
count?
need to know if you take the raw purchase price and all of the permanent improvements, roughly what is your basis?
When you say basis, you mean how much?
Okay, let's say you
off
bought
it
the
off
house
of
for $500,000, and let's say you put $100,000 into improvements like carpeting and windows and other stuff. That would be a $600,000 basis. What would your basis be in this house approximately?
My basis, about $310,000.
And what did you sell it for?
$765,000.
$765,000. Are you married?
Yes.
Filing jointly?
Yes.
And do you both have that as your primary residence?
Yes.
Then you have no tax to pay ever. You don't have to do anything with the money.
Oh,
I
okay,
can
that's
fill in the
good.
details right after this.
Are you ready?
Woo!
What did you say you sold it for $710 or something?
7 something. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, it's less than 500,000. So
Did he
there's no
say
problem.
710, guys?
He said 7 and change, but it's still less than 500,000. So there's no problem.
That's right.
That's a pretty good ROI if he put 310 and he's getting over 7.
Yeah,
that's
but a lot of
very
people
nice,
are
return.
doing that, Doc.
No, I'm just saying it's a very nice return for him.
Yeah. It's amazing how many people don't know what, I don't know, just don't know what you can do.
And it's amazing how many people don't know about the gift tax thing that you're so adamant about.
Oh, I know. so many people go through conniptions to get around the gift tax when there is none. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll turn that up.
That's why they need to tune into the show.
I've just been using one light. I don't know.
It looks great. It really does look great, Tom. I don't see it. Oh, yeah. But that was a few weeks ago. No, not sickly, just orange.
Denver Police Academy, they're paying people to come to the
I'm
class.
sure.
I mean, he used to never do. In fact, you had to pay them.
How old?
I haven't either. I've been calling her all morning.
41, and Denver
Is that-
raised their age to 51, which is unbelievable.
Really?
Because back in the 80s,
Bo?
it was like 26,
Yeah.
28. Now you can
Bo, are
get
you
there
bringing your daughter to the gun club tonight?
fast and physical agility. They'll let you through the academy.
Wow.
That's a good job. Matt
Yeah, he
would do it.
gets in, and then he does his 20 years, and he gets a pension.
Yeah, if I had it to do it all over doctors at HVAC,
Hey, Bo, come on. Are you bringing your daughter to the gun club?
I would have wrote through the ranks.
Yeah, it's 5:30.
Make like 150 grand a year, you know, 200, rather than make 200. But you get that. You work 20 years in Denver. Denver's a sweetheart deal. Then you get that paid for the rest of your life.
Yep.
Then it escalates too. So if you retire as a sergeant making 80, and then 10 years down the road, if the sergeants are making 100, you get that retirement pay based on what the new guys make.
Oh, yeah.
I always complain. That's why my goddamn Denver taxes are so high, because I think they're lopsided on those retirements.
If I had to do it all over again,
What would you do?
I would have gone into radiology.
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean, I love what I do, but the hours just took so much out of me.
Yeah, doc, and nice in radiology, you don't have to deal with patients, right? Just dealing with.
Well, if you go to, it depends. If you do interventional radiology, which is part of the rotation, you do have to deal with patients. But you don't deal with them on a continue. They come into the, into the suite, you do your thing, and then you leave. It's a procedure-based occupation.
Yeah, you would have been in the radio.
I probably would have done interventional radiology because I still like some hands-on stuff.
I know, doc, and my sister-in-law's a doctor. She dated a radiologist. They make a lot of, I think they make an exorbitant amount of
Who's
money
that?
for what they do. Oh, my sister-in-law, she's a pediatrician. She's a professor at Baylor.
Like a Coca-Cola?
She dated a radiologist. She probably should marry him. You know, he didn't have to do all that interaction.
That's right.
He made as much more than an anesthesiologist, where I think an anesthesiologist, you got quite a bit of liability.
Yep.
They get paid, but I think a radiologist.
Well, you do have radiology too.
Not really, I don't.
Well, if you miss a breast cancer tumor, or if you miss any other kind of tumor, or something else.
Yeah, but it's not as bad as like you're doing. You're just looking at films.
I know.
But it would have been easier. Yeah, you're not working a long day. You're not on call, probably.
Right. No, you are on call.
For radiology.
Oh yeah. Who do you think when you go to the
Really? Somebody's gonna call at 1 in the morning. Hey, I need you to read my capsules.
Yeah. What do you think when you go to the ER? What do you think happens?
Well, they got a guy there that works.
No, they don't. He's at home in front of his computer.
That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
They're sending the scans to him.
Yeah.
Well, God, that's better than going into the hospital.
Well, yeah, I'm saying, but you're still on call.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
But the point is,
You're right. Doc.
everything is digital with radio. They don't have films anymore.
Yeah.
It's all digital. So you just, I mean, I could.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when I was working, I could look up my patients' CAT scans or ultrasounds or whatever.
That's an amazing thing what happened when they were able, like General Electric, I can do it all digital.
Yeah.
And anyone can look at it. And it's better quality too. That is amazing.
Said there's all kinds of theories about cancers and cancers diets.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I'm on board with most of them because it makes sense. He says, but once you get cancer, he said, let me tell you my theory. The worst thing that's going to happen to you because of your situation is you can get really hurt by not having enough weight, because you're going to go into surgery and it's going to take a toll on your body, and you could lose up to 30 pounds. And with that, and afterwards, with gastrointestinal, he's talking only GI cancer.
You don't think so?
So he said,
There'll be 3 of us.
Oh my God, Tom. Wow.
10 seconds.
Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
He's right.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK is the number. We are talking about problems, questions, complaints, making your life a little easier, and we will do it. You call, we help, and we try to help a lot. Now, Brent said, hey, man, I bought my house, put some improvements into it. I got a basis of about $310,000. I sold it for around $710,000. I'm going to have $400,000, and I'm not going to reinvest it in another house right now. What do I do about the taxes? To which I told him, if you're married filing jointly and it's your home, both of your home, or one declares it one. What I'm saying is a married couple can use their primary residence for a one-time, no, it's not even a one-time. It's an exclusion of $500,000 in capital gains on primary residences once every 2 years. So you got to live in it in 2 of the past 5 years. That's all that's required. If you lived in that house for 2 of the past 5 years, you get to sell it and make as much money as you want but you get a $500,000 exclusion. So if you had $600,000 in gain, you would only pay on $100,000 taxes. Got that? Are you there, Brent?
Yeah. So,
go ahead.
Yep, I'm here.
All right.
So, when you do your taxes, do you have to justify everything that you put into it? I lived in it for 16 years and did a ton of work to it. Do you have to have receipts and things like that just for tax purposes? To show the improvements?
Tom?
Hello, yeah. Okay.
Tom, talk.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I pressed the button by mistake. I'm not sure the answer is. If you do an informational return on that, let me check. Mark, do you have to file anything when you sell a house?
I don't think so. I mean, my accountant would handle that, but I don't think so, man.
I don't think so either, but maybe they did. Because when I sold my condo and I did make more than $500,000, I did have to pay a tax, and he did have to do a return. But in order to figure out if I had a tax, he had to do the return. So actually, we'll find out for you. Okay?
That was all. That was just a quick question. I appreciate it.
But do you have an accountant?
I think, once again, that's all going to be your accountant. I don't think, the closing company sends anything to the IRS.
No. I don't think so either, Mark. But I'm saying, is it required that you do an informational return on the sale?
You know what? Why don't we just ask Eric? He'll know.
Yeah, let's do that. So let's just call Atlas CPAs and find out. It says here, though, my boyfriend said that on a primary residence, you may or may not have to do it, depending on your gain. Okay, here's what it says. If you anticipate a gain, you have to file the form.
That makes sense, yes.
So your accountant would know, you would know roughly, hey, am I going to go over this or not? It is subject to being audited.
And
go ahead.
And this isn't necessarily for this caller, but people listening, remember, anything you put in to like a new furnace, a new roof, anything you put in should add to your basis. So
That's
even
right.
if you're pretty close, if you think of all the money you put in, you're probably not there.
And a lot of people fudge that because they don't ask for proof. If you're audited, you'd have to show proof. But if you say I put 300,000 of improvements into a home. Now, by the way, I'm not winky suggesting you do this. But if you ever did that, they don't ask for receipts unless you're audited. Then you would have to show it.
You know, the big one now, I mean, a roof, of course, is a big one, but think about a new furnace. You put a new furnace and AC in, my God, that's like 20 grand nowadays. Just make sure to add that to the basis.
Now, I got a trivia question for you. Let's say the roof cost you $100,000, but it didn't cost you $100,000 because insurance paid. Would it get added to your basis?
Some of it would, like the deductible, basically any cost that you had outside of insurance.
Yeah, but if you paid for the insurance, I don't know. I'm just wondering.
Hey, I agree. Listen, man, technically I think I'm right, meaning if insurance pays for it, I don't think you're supposed to add it. But honestly, I bet a lot of people fudge it.
Okay.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know.
What do you think?
I think it would not be, because I think they always say substance over form, meaning whatever happened. Here's what it says under the IRS.gov. If insurance paid for the roof, I'm paraphrasing, does not increase your basis. Capital improvements are things you paid for. Acquisition, selling cost, you have to add back in depreciation. No, you don't add back in. I'm sorry. If you depreciated any part of your house for home office, that counts against you because it comes off. If you paid out of pocket for the roof, so Mark, what you said is right. You're deductible. Anything you paid would be, but not anything that's reimbursed to you. So
yeah, that makes sense. But once again, that's kind of I bet a lot of people fudge that. But if you get an upgrade, go to like a roof that costs more expensive, you could definitely write out the difference or write off.
Now, speaking of abs, no one was speaking of abs, but I wanted to bring something up. This happened to come through an email about a machine, and they wanted to know if it's real. And then Deputy D happened to say, by the way, I know someone who has this machine in her clinic, and it for sure works. And I've always been skeptical. Again, some that work and some that don't, all that work, all that don't. Have you heard? Now, I'm not going to give the name of the machine, but this particular machine is hundreds of thousands. But there are variations down to around $2,000. And then, of course, there are just cheap knockoff belts that this is not a belt. Now, I'm talking about a machine that twitches your muscles in your abs and in your abductor, not your abductors, your abs and your obliques, sometimes your buttocks. And it claims it stimulates the muscles exactly like if you were doing core exercises. Exactly like it. So you can literally get the equivalent of 1,000 push-ups by one session. Do you believe it? What do you think?
I think that's been debunked many times, Tom.
Now, I know the belts have, Doc, these stupid little vibrating belts, okay? And then the other things that you've seen like that, the vibrating belts, but that's all I'm going to call them, vibrating belts or pads. This is not what I'm talking about, Doc. I'm talking about a machine.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the electrical stimulation.
Yeah, and it's not
you know
just
what,
like
Tom?
not like a TENS. I mean, it's way more intense. But again,
No, I know what you're talking about.
Okay. And they
Okay,
say,
I'll look it up and see if I can find some research
try.
on it.
Now, I don't know if they've done clinical trials, actually, but they claim that they literally will burn fat, stimulate muscle, and can give you a six-pack, for God's sakes. Now, I mean, to me, if that truly works, that's pretty damn cool. If it actually works. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What do you think? I want to know. Coming up on the Troubleshooter Show right after this.
EasyCater is the smarter, simpler way to order food for your workplace. With easy online ordering, search filters for budget, dietary needs, and more. Save your favorite restaurants and favorite orders for easy reordering. Save time with group ordering. You send a link, your team orders what they want. Plus, EasyCater makes expense reporting a snap with all your receipts in one place. EasyCater, more than just a way to order catering for work, it's your business tool for food. Order now at easycater.com.
Two attorneys. One, a personal injury attorney. I hope you really don't need him. The other one, I want you to use him if you ever do need him in real estate. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. What I love about John is you can call him at any time before you need him, or if you do need him, there is no obligation, and he'll talk to you about your case before you hire him. He'll go over what you should do, what it's worth, where you should collect. It's all free of charge with no obligation. If you hire him, still no out of pocket. It's on a percentage fee basis of what the award is. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. John Fuller. Now, let's talk O'Brien Legal Services. Is someone claiming to own part of your property? Are you going in for a closing? You have no idea what those 32,000 pieces of paper mean? Just kidding, but you know what I mean. Are you a landlord and you want to evict someone, or you have squatters, or you want to make up a new lease to protect yourself? O'Brien Legal Services, real estate attorneys. Brad and his team can help you. OLS, that stands for O'Brien Legal Services. OLSlaw.com, 720-370-7388. All right.
Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics.
Oh, you mean exclusive use of that term?
659-1508. That's 970-659-1508.
Mm-hmm.
Service, products, and crazy deals. Think Plumline Services and Carrier. Whether staying warm this winter, clearing drains, or other plumbing and electrical issues, depend on Plumline's leadership and excellence in home services. Together with quality brands like Carrier, serving Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to this folks. Service at home, servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. This Valentine's season, the ministry of Be More Than Light to become a heartbeat hero. Share the love that goes beyond a box of chocolates. Love that saves lives. Every day, thousands of women are told alive that abortion is their only option. They can't do it.
Those machines, Doc, are Those machines you guys are talking about are $700,000 to $50,000.
Really?
There's quite a range.
I'm gonna check on Medscape and see.
No,
I think I saw that. They're a little more expensive.
Is there something there for me?
Someone was saying you need a license to own them. Someone was saying online you need some sort of license to own them. There's a big price range on these things.
And
Med Spa, McLean, Virginia, the five biggest M-scope benefits. There's all sorts of stuff on this. This one's $1,250.
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway? Yes, I use it all the time, and I've made around $200. At pullovers, you can download the Upside app before we miss the concert.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code OIL25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime. Write your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon.
okay. That's all Greek to me.
Promo code OIL25 for 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code OIL25 for 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code OIL25.
This report is sponsored by Red Pill America. It's going to be a cold one today. Temperatures only in the teens and low 20s. But we are bringing back the sunshine, so that's the good news. Enjoy it because snow is back on Thursday afternoon. I'm Fox 31. Think the weather's going to be your
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of the LA wildfires and uncover who's to blame. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeart Radio or wherever you listen to podcasts. It's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show for America First patriots.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth.
10 seconds, guys.
TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, I was doing some research on this M-Sculpt machine and others, as in general, M-Sculpt, body sculpting. Anyway, some of them are called EMS, and they're saying that there are some clinical studies that show modest improvements, reduction of fat, like 2 millimeters or 3 millimeters, an increase of muscle of 2 millimeter thickness, and they're actual clinical trials. But they said that when combined with cryotherapy, they've had better results. The thing is, can anything really take the place of exercise? If you think about the technology, when you do an ab crunch, sit up, or any kind of an ab muscle workout, you're engaging the muscle. So when you engage the muscle, it tightens up, then you loosen the muscle. Tighten up, loosen, right? Sit-ups, crunches, whatever. So if you do that electrically, why wouldn't that have the same exact effect if you artificially tighten up that muscle, hold it, and then release it? Doesn't it seem logical to you that it would still exercise that muscle or not? I know it sounds too good to be true, and a lot of people are, that's what America's about, looking for shortcuts. But it seems to me that that type of thing can actually work. Again, it's hard to find anything solid. And here's something about the FDA that you really need to know. So many say FDA cleared or FDA approved, but you have to look closer. There's an FDA approval for a particular purpose. And then there's an FDA approval, meaning it won't probably kill you. Two different ones. One is called GRAS, for short. Generally recognized as safe. That's a GRAS approval. So it's not saying it's going to work. It's saying it's generally recognized as safe. But beware of the other approval, because it can also be misleading. Fit for a particular purpose. Well, what if you wanted approval for this, saying it engages abdominal muscles? That would be 100% true. So you could actually have an FDA approval, and this machine would be found effective for engaging abdominal muscles. It would not necessarily build those muscles, strengthen those muscles, or do any other part of that, but it would be effective in engaging the muscle. So if for some reason you needed to engage that muscle, this machine will engage that muscle. But what's the end result of engaging that muscle? Is it a firmer muscle, a bigger muscle, a sculpted muscle? That's where you get into the real FDA approvals, where it is found to be what? Effective. Effective for blank, blank, blank. Like blood pressure medicine. Effective for the reduction of blood pressure. That's pretty clear, right? Generally approved as safe would be aspirin. Effective would be telmisartan or whatever. It would be a blood pressure medicine. And what about, though, the difference? A big difference. So when you're shopping, be really, really careful. But do they work? I would love to hear. I, by the way, like anecdotal evidence. Anecdotal meaning it comes from the user. Because even though clinical trials might say one thing or another, or the FDA might be skeptical about something, if people that you believe and can trust actually say it works, to me that's important. If enough people say that, what you have to be careful of with anecdotal evidence, there are a few things you need to be clear of, and Mark and I ran into this. Anecdotal evidence, you have to be skeptical if the subject, giving the evidence or the anecdotal experience, wants to please the provider. That can happen. For some reason or another, they want to please the provider. That's dangerous, and that happens. And how do you do that? Providers can have an undue influence on them. Mark and I one time saw a guy, he claimed on the radio he could cure pain in less than, 3 minutes, Mark? Was that the guy?
Yeah, it was something ridiculous. And we brought him into the studio.
Right. That's right, we did, because he was absolutely adamant. And he said he had all of the anecdotal proof who would say, yeah. So we brought someone in that did not know him. An older woman in her 80s with a shoulder problem. And then he took that woman in another room, and I observed, but I noticed what he was doing. Now, I don't even think he was doing this consciously. I don't think this guy was a scammer. He wasn't making any money off of this. He just claimed to have this breakthrough technology where he would do some kind of movements and everything and then say, okay, now you're out of pain or whatever. I forget exactly. There were certain things he would do. And it took about 3 minutes or less. And then he'd ask the person, are you any longer in that pain? Now, this woman was about to say no. And I said to her, and I watched the process, and what he was doing is ingratiating, or he was, in a way, love bombing this woman. I don't mean romantically. He was planting seeds of, I really want to help you. This is really going to help you. Please let me know I'm effective, because this is my mission in life, to help people. So this woman was actually wanting him to be happy with his procedures. Even though, because she figured, you know what, in the long run, what is it going to hurt me if I tell him I'm feeling good? It'll make him feel good. So she was actually looking to please the provider. This is very dangerous in anecdotal medicine. Very dangerous. Or anecdotal evidence. So I then quizzed her. And I said, let me see your shoulder. And I proceeded to yank the hell up. No, I didn't. No. So I said, let me see now. Where was the pain? Now, you're telling me there's no more pain? When he left the room, she goes, well, yes, it still hurts. I said, well, does it hurt as much? She goes, I'm not sure, dear. The truth is, it was still hurting her. And he did nothing. And we went over it with other people who walked in. And he could not produce results. One time when I told him, don't engage in conversation about your life and your mission, just stick to the procedure. Weren't you fascinated, Mark, at that whole procedure? I was.
Yeah, I think the only part I differ from you is I think the guy knew he was a
scammer.
I don't want to say a scammer, but he knew he can't just go out and heal people. That's insane.
Anyway, that happens with faith healing too, by the way. People want to really impress their fellow believers or the one giving the healing. Bill.
So wait, are you saying you don't believe in any form of faith healing ever?
I'm saying it's way more rare than I think when it does work, it's the person doing it for themselves. Now, they might use the power of God inside them and all that. I'm not going to ever dispute someone's belief, but I don't think it's the practitioner at all. No, I don't.
Interesting.
I don't think it's the practitioner calling on the power of God.
I think there's some power in a lot of prayer.
I don't even think that's biblical.
If you've got
okay, go ahead. What?
If you got 1 million people all thinking the same thoughts, good wishes, prayers for a certain individual or even anything, I mean, I would think there's got to be some power in that kind of.
I didn't say prayer doesn't work. I was talking about healing, faith healing. And I didn't say that didn't work either. I said it's the person doing it. But I don't know about what you're asking about. Prayer is a whole different topic. That's harnessing of energy.
Yeah.
I do believe that works. I believe it works for sure. But here's what I don't believe. I mean, it's weird. And this is only what I believe. Whatever other people believe, more power to you. I will never criticize what you believe. I mean, if you try to sell it or something, I might have something to say about it, the effectiveness. But bottom line is, when you do the prayer thing, let's say you pray for someone to be saved or you pray for someone to change their ways or someone to come to the realization of this or that. See, if that person doesn't want to change or if that person doesn't want to, by praying for them without them knowing it, in my opinion, that prayer is going to fall on empty ears. I mean, if that person across the room doesn't know I'm praying for them to do something, how are they ever going to harness any energy to change, especially if they're drug addicts or they're stealing and lying and cheating or violent? How can praying for them, I mean, you might pray for mercy and say, I don't know, but I don't see how that third party kind of prayer works. Now, that person prays, help me change, help me get off drugs, help me be less violent. That's a whole different story. That's just my own personal belief. By the way, and again, I don't want to disrespect anyone's belief on that. Bill, what's happening, Bill?
Well, good afternoon, Tom.
Hey, man.
Question on some car insurance.
Yes, what's going on?
On your uninsured or underinsured motors coverage.
Yes.
Break when you get a chance. Now, is that required on every vehicle?
It's not required at all on any. It's not required on any vehicle. Hang on. I want to talk about that because it's a very important question you bring up. 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Taking a Walk Podcast.
Some delays up on the north end of town. Highway 36 eastbound. We've got road work in the right lane approaching I-25. Luckily, delays are minimal. You're going to see some congestion if you're making the interchange to I-25. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free through the Denver area as well. Out west into the high country, US 6 Loveland Pass. Both east and westbound roads closed between I-70 and Montezuma Road for safety concerns. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
I'm Buzz Knight, host of the Taking a Walk podcast. Step with us into the world of music. I bring you up-close conversations with new and legendary musicians. For one of the best music interview podcasts, listen to Taking a Walk on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
CMG Financial for your next mortgage. If you want a conventional loan at the lowest costs, you can go to CMG Financial. They don't stack it up. Here's another thing they do. Reverse loans. They can also do the all-in-one loan. That, to me, is the smartest loan you can get. Because no matter what interest does, you can control the interest you pay by keeping money in the bank. Just the money in the bank alone lowers your average daily balance, which lowers your interest. It's also a line of credit where you can take out as much as you need when you need it and pay it back when you don't. CMG Financial, partner in lending.com. Partner in lending.com. 303-882-6679. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies are my friends in the retirement planning business. They help you build nest eggs, grow nest eggs, keep them safe, turn them into income. They help you with legacy planning, which means wills and estates, passing on your business or to an heir or maybe selling it, long-term care insurance, everything you need to get ready for retirement. If you have any questions on exactly what they do, why don't you give them a call and ask them? Go to the website, rpcenter.com, to find out more, rpcenter.com. And the number is 970-663-3211.
Wow.
What?
Wowzers.
What do you think about that theory that
I hit that on time. Next gen's just
it's
wow.
total crap. I mean, it doesn't work.
What?
About the faith healing?
No. About the oncologist.
Oh, I think it's perfect. I wish I'd thought of that.
He said, look, he said, I'm not going to sit here and tell you to throw your life away.
Your mic is on.
Dimitri.
Hey, Mark, I'm here now. What's up?
Oh, I'm just singing to you, brother.
Oh.
Oh,
thanks, man.
That's
I'm gonna,
love right there.
You like that?
Yeah, I'm going to make that little soundbite into my ringtone on the phone.
Dimitri, soon we'll be making another run.
Dimitri.
Do you know what that's from? Of course not.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought you were
What?
Gavin MacLeod in person.
Dimitri. Yeah, that's like the Love Boat.
Gavin MacLeod.
Or
him.
how about this one?
Love Boat.
Ricola Dimitri.
Oh, my God.
Cough drop.
I think Dimitri was probably mafioso at some point.
Yeah, we don't call it mafia anymore. Hey, Tom says he wants to schedule the Wing
We
Fest.
call it, what do you call it, an LLC?
Tom wants to schedule a Wing Fest at your house ASAP, and we're going to fly there in a black helicopter.
Mark, let's do a Wing Fest.
That would be cool. We need to.
Mark, do you make wings?
Mark smokes them.
I smoke wings.
And I bake them, and I think that's a perfect wing-off opportunity.
That is a good one.
Mark also smokes sausages.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling.
Not while I'm there. Hey, but wings have tons of calories in them, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because of all the fat.
Not too bad.
Wings. I want to make them. I want them here. Like one day.
10 seconds, guys.
Yes.
I'll buy them.
The safety and comfort of your own home. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
I told you.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. So Bill wanted to know about car insurance, and he said, is uninsured, underinsured required? By the way, it's a one policy add-on. It's called uninsured, underinsured motorist, UMUI. What does it mean? Underinsured and uninsured motorists, meaning it means that if you are hit by someone who is underinsured or uninsured, your pain and suffering claims only will be paid for if you're successful. You still have to ask for them and prove them, and a good attorney can do that. It's as if you placed insurance on the deadbeat and you're going after the deadbeat for damages. It's exactly like that. But instead of the deadbeat paying for it or the deadbeat's non-existent insurance, your insurance is stepping in and helping the deadbeat pay you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. And look, the real question is, I have multiple vehicles.
Yes.
And my agent had said I only need to carry that on one of my vehicles.
Well, actually, I don't know that. I don't know the answer to that, actually. Let's ask Brian Burns real quick. See if we can get Brian on. Hold on, Bill. Let's see if we can get Brian Burns on just for that quick question. I mean, that might be so. I don't really know. So hold on. Dustin, you have a question on trash services in Fort Collins. Go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys are aware, but a lot of cities are moving towards a single provider for trash removal.
That's right.
Fort Collins just instituted that, I think, back last year in October. I, just on freedom of choice, opted out and was aware that I'm supposed to be paying an $11 fee
to opt out.
And I thought it was just being collected with my trash service, and they were paying it, but I'm not being billed anything. So I'm just wondering, are they going to call me someday and say, you owe, months or year worth of back payment for this opt-out fee? And then am I required to pay that? Because they've never given me a bill.
Listen, if the city council voted it, it's like any other tax or any other thing. You would owe it, but it's a fee, by the way, not a tax. So if I were you, I would simply, instead of the simpleton who walked in the room and wondered, will the axe ever fall and hurt me? I would go and ask, and I would say, hey, I'm not getting charged this. Is it a mistake or did you waive it? I would not wait to see. I know you're thinking, well, wait a minute, I might get away with it. But then again, you may not. What would you do? Deputy D, have you heard about these opt-out fees?
Oh, yeah. It's a wonderful business model where you get to charge people who don't use your services. I wish I could do that in my business. But to answer Dustin's question, and your question, which is what I would do, I would keep my mouth shut.
You would?
Yeah, because look what's going to happen. Let's say they figure this out 3 years from now and they try to backcharge you, just pay them then. Right? I mean, assuming you can save up that kind of money.
It's only $200, right, D?
But if you show
What's that, Doc?
You're only talking about $100 a year. So if it's 2 years, it's $200. It's not like he's going to get a $10,000
yeah, it's
bill
going to
out
be
of
pretty
nowhere.
affordable. Now, it could be that they just haven't figured it out yet, or they might never figure it out, in which case you'll get away with it. The worst case scenario is they'll just back charge you for however long, and since you would have paid that anyway, you'll be at break even. But if you show up over there and say, hey, how come you guys aren't charging me? They're going to charge you. Does that make sense?
And I guess my question is, if I do kind of just play, keep my mouth shut, as you said, do I have an argument to say, well, you never provided me a bill? How can you now charge me for,
That's been argued time and time again when it comes to municipal fees or even any bill, actually.
Even the electric bill.
Now, if it goes beyond 6 years, they can only collect what is more recent of the 6 years.
Okay.
303-7.
All right, I guess that answers
All right, man. Thank you for calling, by the way, Dustin. Bill. Oh, wait. I think I answered Bill. Bill, do you have any additional questions?
We got Brian on from Compass.
Oh, good. Oh, that's right, Brian. Brian Burns. I got a quick question for you, bro. So if I have a few cars in my household like I do you only have to carry UMU, what do they call it, UMUI, whatever, on one car, or do you carry it on what, Brian?
Every carrier we write with, it's a set limit that goes over the whole policy. So you're not putting it on a specific car. It goes on the policy, which extends to all the vehicles.
But if you have more cars, do you pay more?
It does, but it's not it doesn't equal out to be where, let's say, if you have two cars, it's double the price, but it does go up a bit for each car that's added.
Okay. Does that make sense? I guess.
But it's a separate limit. You'll see a line item for uninsured motorists that's just at the top of the policy, and it extends over all the vehicles.
What if they're on different policies, but in the same household?
So you have two different policies in your household?
Well, I believe the policy numbers are not quite the same, but it's on a multi-car, so I don't understand it.
Well, hold on. Do you have the same insurance company?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, so that first policy should extend. It should extend over everything. The amount that you see in that policy should extend over everything. Some companies, the reason I ask that is some companies only, because their systems are antiquated, they only can have 4 cars to a policy. So you'll see it have more than one policy number, but it's just because they have to spread it over more than one policy because there's more than 4 cars.
But here's a good question, though. Let's say he did shop, and he had one car with one insurance company, and it was cheaper this way, and his wife had another car with another insurance company, or he did, and they both own both cars, but they're distinctly separate policies. Yep. Then what?
Well, so whichever car was, let's say first of all, they would both need to be listed on both policies for this to come into play. But then it would be whatever the primary policy would be the one that extends first. So there would be basically 2 limits. I'll guarantee you, I don't know about the anti-stacking laws in Colorado. I know that there were some. That would be a question for an attorney if you could stack them. If you had 2 separate policies that both had uninsured motorists. That used to be the case for sure, which is why they changed it from being on each vehicle and changed it to a over the top of a policy, because that way you weren't able to stack them if you had it on multiple cars. People were saying, well, I have 4 cars and each of them have $100,000 of uninsured motorists. I want $400,000. That's the reason they went away from that and have it as a policy total. But if you have 2 separate policies, I'm not sure how an attorney would look at that point, if they could try to stack it or not.
Yeah, they suggested I just carry it on the one vehicle. That would just save premiums. But they've also sent me some paperwork I got to sign saying I'm rejecting my coverage.
I would read the form, because that's what's going to ultimately hold up, unless you can get something in writing of them telling you that you're covered for uninsured motorists on all vehicles you would just want something in writing from the agent. At that point, the liability falls to the agent, not even the insurance company. But
I got to take a break. 303-713-TALK. Hey, by the way, here's what I say. Just call Compass Insurance Group. Have them do it. You'll probably get a better deal anyway. At least compare it, Bill. 303-996-9000. 996-9000.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Some delays up on the north end of town. Highway 36 eastbound. We've got road work in the right lane approaching I-25. Luckily, delays are minimal. You're going to see some congestion if you're making the interchange to I-25. I-25 north and southbound showing highway speeds through town. I-70 east and westbound flowing free through the Denver area as well. Out west into the high country, US 6 Loveland Pass. Both east and westbound roads closed between I-70 and Montezuma Road for safety concerns. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This week on Red Pilled America, we tell the story of the LA wildfires and uncover who's to blame. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you listen to podcasts. That's Red Pilled America, a storytelling show for America First patriots.
So, Tom, I hear you talk about 888heating.com, the best prices on high-efficiency units, and they guarantee it. What exactly does that mean? Does it mean a 96% efficient against another 96% efficient? What it means is this. If you get the same type of furnace, the same BTUs, the same efficiency, he'll have a better price. So it's the same, not exact brand necessarily, but the same specs. If you can get one as efficient for a better price, he'll beat it. He'll beat any price. 888heating.com, the lowest guaranteed price, 303-770-2776.
Hey, Dragon, I just resent it to you and Shannon.
Okay, perfect.
It sounds live. It's the live one.
Okay.
Okay, baby, yeah. Hey, Mark.
Yeah, man.
So when I get an email from Google saying there's some reasons preventing your pages from being properly indexed.
Yeah, I get the same thing.
Right, good,
so
good.
I forward it.
All right.
I forward it to eDirectory.
To Mike. Oh, they.
No, well, to Mikey, literally Mikey and eDirectory. Yes. Some of them Mikey fixes. Some of them they have to fix.
Somebody says you're a hero.
Thank you.
They were looking at something you did. I don't know, where you stopped a timeshare pitch in its tracks live, or not live, but on a video. I don't know what they're talking about. Something.
Oh, those pricks, man! I thought I was fucking with the wrong people, man. They started tracking me down in that fucking hotel, and we were in
really?
Mexico.
What hotel was it,
I started
Mark?
thinking that was a Hard Rock.
Where was it? Vegas?
No, it was fucking Mexico, man.
Oh shit, you're pretty freaking brave.
Yeah, that was ballsy. In hindsight, I would not do that again, honestly. All right, Tim's gone. See you, Tim. He is no longer a moderator.
Why? What's wrong with Tim? I like Tim.
He's all right. He's kind of, I don't know. I'll tell you, really what's wrong with him, I don't have a fucking week.
What?
You heard me.
Tim.
I pulled his moderator privileges. I timed him out. That's that, man.
So
that's that.
Come on, I like Tim. So
All
here's
right.
what Tim says, by the way. He says my focus looks soft and he believes my camera is focusing on behind me.
Yeah, he's absolutely right.
Well, let's do something about that.
You're not going to like doing something about
Yeah, I'd agree with that. You're not as crisp as the stuff behind you. I don't think it's bad, though.
Focus on you. We have to.
Top secret, that means it would take me a week to tell Tom everything
How do you do it,
wrong
though?
with
Do you
Tim.
hit the spot is there some? So what do? You don't do it, huh?
Get a different camera.
Oh, well, Jesus Christ! I'm not going to change my fucking camera because of that.
Your image.
But is it different than normal? When he said, why all of a sudden Mark's saying I'm not as crisp as, I think it's because of this. I'm going to turn on my second light. I'll show you the difference.
You're actually selectly defocused.
With the second light?
Doesn't matter what light.
Yeah, it would, because the light would light up the foreground more than the background.
But it's where the camera focuses is what's important.
Okay, but I have a spot. Okay, look, I'm going to turn this on. Let's just see. Now, Tim, I turned on another light and see if that changes things. It's going to take 10 seconds to figure it out.
Yep, 10 seconds till we're live.
The light would light up the
Bliss. Afternoons at 4 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. All right, now, let's talk about, somebody says, Tom, I want to know if what you're saying is true about capital gains. Does that mean I can hunt for houses and basically sell them every few years and never pay tax? That's exactly what it means. Do you know some spec builders actually build houses, move into them as their primary residence? While they're living in that house, they build another one. They sell the one they're living in after they lived in it for 2 years. They make tax-free income and then move into the next one they just built. When they move into that one, they start a new house and so on.
Nothing wrong with it.
And these are built. I've known some builders. I don't know if they're still doing it. I lost touch with them. But they've been basically making tax-free income for years. Tax-free income for years and years. And nobody says, wait a minute, you have too many primary residences. They don't. Now, you can even do that with fix and flips. So you can fix a house up, live in it. While you're living in it, fix another one up. When 2 years expires on the one you're in, you sell the next one. In fact, you can even sell the house or put it up for sale before the 2 years, as long as you have the 2 years at the time of sale. All right, we're out of time. Don't forget referralist.com and 303-MARTINO. Save all your problems for me.
All right, you guys are clear. See ya.
See
Martino
you guys.
at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with
See, it's much more crisp. You can see it.
So, you're better.